Yo, peace to the tribes. You already know what it is. Too high for the pigeons to fly. Walk on the water and live in the sky. We're going to get into it. Just giving some people a little more time to get in here. Tonight's topic, sex, drugs, and mind control. Is MK Ultra real or is it just a conspiracy theory? Let's find out. Yo, peace to the tribes. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Share this broadcast. Sex, drugs, and mind control. Is MK Ultra real? Tribe. Put some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Too hot for pigeons to fly. Walk on the water, live in the sky. Yeah.
Are you laughing beyond? You find it funny? You find it funny?
Peace, 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 peace. Peace to the tribes. Let me know if you can hear me loud and clear. Let me get some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Shout out Shy Alpha. Shout out Lou Arab Grassroots. Shout out Chief Crazy Overstanding. Appreciate y'all tapping in with the real. Make sure you share this broadcast. So let me know that you can hear me loud and clear. And we're going to get into it. We're going to give some more people a little chance to get in here. And while we do that, I'm going to start some reading. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. Let's get into it. Tonight's topic, of course, is mind control. Sex, drugs, and mind control. MK Ultra. Is it real or is it just another conspiracy? What is mind control? Mind control is also known as manipulation, thought reform, brainwashing, mental control, coercive persuasion, malignant use of group dynamics, and many others. The fact that there are so many names indicates a lack of agreement, which allows for confusion and distortion, especially by those using it covertly for their own benefit. Let's agree that mind control comes under the umbrella of persuasion and influence, how to change people's beliefs and behaviors. Some will argue that everything is manipulation, very often cult members whose leader is trying to hide it from them. But in saying this, important distinctions are lost. It's much more useful to think of influence as a continuum. At one end, we have ethical and respectful influences, which respect the individual and his or her rights. At the other hand, we have destructive influences, which strip the person of their identity, independence, and ability to think critically or logically. It is at this end that we find destructive cults and sects. These groups use deception and mind control tactics to take advantage of the weakness as well as the strengths of the members, to satisfy the needs and desires of the cult leaders themselves. A one-on-one cult is an intimate relationship where one person abuses their power to manipulate and exploit the other. Teacher, student, therapist, client, pastor, worshipers, wife, husband. This cultic relationship is a version of the larger groups and may be even more destructive because of all the time and attention is directed towards only one person. So what is mind control? It is best to think of it as a system of influence that significantly disrupts an individual at their very core. At the level of their identity, their values, beliefs, preferences, decisions, behaviors, relationships, creating a new pseudo-identity or pseudo-personality. It can, of course, be used in beneficial ways, for example, with addicts. But here we are talking about situations that are inherently bad or unethical. Philip Zimbardo, a psychologist and university professor, says that mind control is a process by which an individual or collective freedom of choice and action is compromised by agents or agencies that modify or distort perception, motivation, affect cognition and or behavioral outcomes. And he suggests that everyone is susceptible to such manipulation. It is not some ancient mystery known to a few. It is words and group pressures packaged in such a way that allows a manipulator to create dependency in his or her followers, making their decisions for them while allowing them to think that they are independent and free to decide. That is, The person is not aware of the influence process, nor of the changes occurring within themselves. There are some important points that need to be made very clear. First of all, it is a subtle process. Subtle, meaning that the individual is not aware of the extent of the influence being imposed upon them. In this way, they make small changes over time, often believing that they are making decisions for themselves, when, in fact, all the decisions are being made for them. And it is a process in that it does not happen abruptly, it takes time. Although the length of time will depend on such factors as the methods used, the duration of exposure to the techniques, and other social and personal factors, there is a force involved. There may or may not be a physical force, but there is definitely a psychological and social force and pressure. I'm going to pause on the reading there. We got bows and arrows in the chat. Glad to see everybody can hear me loud and clear. Peace to the tribes. Welcome to Hawk School for the gifted and the elect. 100% agent-free education. I have a video that I want you to watch. Bear with me. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share this broadcast. I already know they shadow ban me, so people probably aren't even notified that we're live right now, but that's fine. We won't stop doing what we do, and that is exposing that everything you were ever taught is probably a lie. You have to understand that public school as we know it, the education system as we know it, is nothing more than an arm of the military used to control the masses. So, with that in mind, stay hawking. You know what I'm talking about? Hawks don't fly with pigeons. All right. Well, let's check this out. This is Mission Mind Control 1979. Fair use. We're using this to educate, so I don't know why anyone would try to stop us or give us some type of copyright strike when this is completely legal. Tribe.
This is the story of a 30-year search by U.S. intelligence agencies to perfect mind control. Some of those engaged in that search have agreed to talk about it for the first time. One said, "I think every last one of us felt sorry to attempt this kind of thing. We knew we were crossing the line." The search would be endless. From brothels, an agent says, we learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom, to the mystical rites of a magical mushroom ceremony performed by an Indian shaman, to a Spanish bull ring. The bull has had electrodes implanted in the brain and is controlled by a scientist. There would be victims. One intelligence agency tried to peel this man's mind back to reveal its deepest secrets.
I lived through it.
This man worked on some of these programs. He would write of his work, "It was fun, fun, fun." This is the story of the search for mind control.
ABC News Close-Up, Mission Mind Control. With ABC News correspondent Paul Altmaier.
1017, now boarding at
Mark?
Anne,
It's been ages.
can I buy
Allow me. 2 Michelob Lights.
Michelob makes a light beer?
Perfect. The good taste of Michelob Light. Don't just compare it to other light beers. Compare it to your regular beer. It's that good.
You always did go first class.
This is a story that has been told in bits and pieces. This is an attempt to pull most of it together. We know we
Can everybody hear all right? Let me get some bows and arrows in the
have
chat.
some striking new revelations and insights. The story begins here, just off the nation's front yard, the Mall. The buildings behind me were the headquarters for the World War II Office of Strategic Services. It was here that the first halting steps toward mind control began. The shaper and molder of OSS was General Wild Bill Donovan. He said of his group's work, "We may have made mistakes, but we were not afraid to try things that were never done before." In this anything-goes atmosphere, Donovan appointed this man, Stanley Lovell, a Boston industrialist, to break new ground in many scientific and technical fields. Donovan called Lovell his Dr. Moriarty, after the fiendish professor in Sherlock Holmes. Lovell liked the name and posed for this Saturday Evening Post photo. He later wrote of his OSS job that it was, quote, to stimulate the PEC's bad boy beneath the surface of every American scientist and to say to him, throw all of your normal law-abiding concepts out of the window. Here's a chance to raise merry hell. It was in this atmosphere that the search for mind control began. This bizarre man would be an active participant in that search over the next 2 decades. His name is George White, an OSS captain who had formerly been with the Bureau of Narcotics. In his diary, seen here publicly for the first time, White left a legacy of the darker side of American intelligence work. He received his early OSS training at the British-run school at Oshawa, Canada, the same school where Ian Fleming, the creator of James Bond, was trained. White referred to the school in his diaries as the Oshawa School of Mayhem and Murder. Mike Burke, former OSS colleague of White's and now president of Madison Square Garden Center.
Very compelling fella, mysterious fella, almost mystical fella. He was fascinating because you knew something about him, but not enough about him to really get a fix on him. He also knew a great deal about the swifter elements of society, the gamier side of life, and he was very impressive in his technical knowledge of the underworld, so to speak.
He said one of our men gets beat up. He says you have to act real fast and teach these guys a lesson.
Charles Siragusa, a former narcotics officer and friend of White's.
He'll come around, he says, and break your kneecaps. And with that, one guy laughed, and George would always have little Billy with him. And this one guy sort of naked. George White turned around and whapped him across the neck with it. Then he picked up a pool stick and started beating everybody up.
He made his point.
And he made his point.
George White was not a man of understatement or subtleties. His boss at OSS, Stanley Lovell, referred to him as deadly and dedicated. In this note from White's diaries, it says, call Lovell regarding TD. TD was a rather transparent cover for Truth Drug. George White worked with the Truth Drug Committee here at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in the nation's capital. They experimented with mescaline, scopolamine, and marijuana on unwitting victims. The committee soon learned there was
Hold on, I want to pause that there. Because he said on unwitting victims. On unwitting victims. So just imagine being administered psychedelic drugs and you have no idea that you're on a psychedelic drug. You know what kind of fucking hell that is? These people are insane.
TD. TD was a rather transparent cover for Truth Drug.
If I ran it back too far, too bad.
They experimented with mescaline, scopolamine, and marijuana on unwitting victims. The committee soon learned there was no easy panacea, no truth drug at this stage. But White and later colleagues would not stop trying. The goal remained the same. As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation. But it was a discovery here in Basel, Switzerland, at Sandoz Laboratories by Dr. Albert Hoffman that led the intelligence agencies of America to believe that they had found the panacea. discovery was lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD. The film that you see is considered by many experts to be the closest illustration of the effects of a hallucinogenic.
It was one of the first times that anybody had run into a powerful drug that was different than anything else that they knew anything about.
John Gittinger, recently retired chief psychologist for the CIA. This is the first time Gittinger has been interviewed publicly.
We could disable a whole city by putting a very small amount on a water supply. After all of these years of us, those of us who are involved in then looking for this secret drug, this was the only thing that began to look for the first time like it might be something like that.
The CIA's interest in LSD was intense. The worry was that the Russians would get hold of it. Were the Soviets into LSD?
I'm going to have to say I'm sure they were, but if you ask me to prove it, I've never seen any direct proof of it.
But at one point, intelligence information received from Switzerland said that Sandoz Laboratories was about to put 100 million doses of LSD on the open market. And it caused enough concern within the agency that the United States was prepared to buy the entire supply. However, a slight mistake had been made.
The United States was prepared to buy the entire supply. The entire supply. Now, what's so crazy? And they're gonna pretend like, spoiler alert, nigga. They're gonna pretend like they didn't know, like it was a typo. And then they're gonna put like it's they got like 100. They only had like 100 hits or some shit, and he gonna make it like it's 100 million and make it like it's some kind of fucking epidemic. But the whole time they planting this shit on people, we're gonna really get into it. Well, let's check this out.
Time.
I just found out on a new CIA document that there were no such large quantities of LSD on the market.
John Marks has filed numerous Freedom of Information suits against the CIA and has unearthed much new material. He is the author of The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, a history of intelligence agency work with mind control. He is a consultant for this report.
What happened is that there was a military attaché in Switzerland, an American officer, who got milligrams and kilograms mixed up. In other words, he made a mistake of thinking 1/1000th of a gram was the same as 1,000 grams, which is a mistake of 1,000,000 times. So when the CIA got the intelligence that there were 100 million...
This nigga made a mistake of 1,000,000 times, bro. 1,000,000 times. 1,000,000 times, bro. 1,000,000. How many times, bro?
A history of intelligence agency work with mind control. He is a consultant for this report.
What happened is that there was a military attaché in Switzerland, an American officer, who got milligrams and kilograms mixed up. In other words, he made a mistake of thinking 1/1000th of a gram was the same as 1,000 grams, which is a mistake of 1,000,000 times. So when the CIA got the intelligence that there were 100 million doses on the market, in fact, there were 100 doses.
The man who would oversee the CIA's research into drugs and most of the agency's behavior programs is this man, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, a chemist. Dr. Gottlieb declined ABC News' request for an interview. In their never-ending search for the miracle weapon, CIA operatives searched here in the remote mountain areas of southern Mexico for what up to then had been considered a myth, magic mushrooms. They used this man, a part-time chemist with the CIA, to dupe this man, a vice president of a bank and an amateur mycologist or mushroom expert, to try to get to the magic mushrooms and turn them into a drug. But it would be the amateur, R. Gordon Wasson and his colleagues, who would win the race and develop the drug psilocybin from the magic mushrooms.
We went into the Mazatec area, far from the highways, remote from Mexico City. There we found that rotten bagasse, as it's called, bagasso, covered with mushrooms. These mushrooms I didn't know, had never seen. They were the sacred mushrooms.
Wasson would also discover and record the ancient mystical rites of the mushrooms from a local shaman or magical priestess, Maria Sabina.
And we were seeing incredible sights. They would go slowly or they would go fast as I ordained. All your senses are rendered acute. We say that you see visions, you see hallucinations, but that doesn't begin to tell this story. The hallucinations are only part of it. You hear sounds, you smell things. The night was thrilling.
Word of Wasson's discovery reached the CIA quickly. Dr. James Moore, a University of Delaware chemist, secretly served the CIA preparing deadly chemicals on short notice. Moore was instructed to get close to Wasson and accompany him on another trip to Mexico to get the magic mushrooms. Internal documents show the CIA felt a drug derived from the mushrooms could remain an agency secret. What in the world were they looking for with the magic mushrooms?
I think the best answer to that is that they were looking for fundamental information on compounds that would be capable of causing changes in behavior.
Look at this wicked motherfucker choking up. He probably one of them Boy Scouts they got information on, and he don't want to tell the truth. He choking. He know this shit meant to make a motherfucker go crazy. Changes.
I think the best answer to that is that they were looking for fundamental information on compounds that would be capable of causing changes in behavior, changes in mental attitude.
Did you ever consider what would have happened if any of these substances were given to, say, unwitting people?
Oh, I don't remember having considered that specifically. Mental attitude, compounds. I think the best answer to that is that they were looking for fundamental information on compounds that would be capable of causing changes in behavior, changes in mental attitude.
Did you ever consider what would have happened if any of these substances were given to, say, unwitting people?
Oh, I don't remember having considered that specifically.
What if you, I trust perhaps you've thought about it.
Well, I haven't worried about it. Your question again, what would I have thought had I known that
any of these substances
would have been given to
unwitting persons?
You mean a hostile agent of another government?
No, I mean,
that was probably one of the things I had in mind.
I mean, testing it out on an American citizen.
I guess I must seem very, very cold-blooded about this, but I don't.
This is 1979. Some of y'all wasn't even born yet. This shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. Let's get back to it. Oh, it gets deeper. It gets so much deeper, bro. You had no idea.
You mean a hostile agent of another government?
No,
Well,
I mean
think that was probably one of the things they had in mind.
testing it out on an American citizen.
It's probably better that y'all couldn't hear me because I just said some reckless ass shit. So that was probably the most high preventing me from saying some reckless ass shit. But my thing is, this nigga don't want to, like, he don't want to tell the truth because he know the shit wicked as fuck. But at the same time, he like, shit, it's me or them. You know what I'm saying? And that brings me back to the first Boy Scout bill we did with the goddamn perversion files, and these motherfuckers molesting 92,000 motherfuckers. That's just what come up on the Google in the Boy Scouts and indoctrinating them into the brotherhoods. This is known facts. We've already did that. We already learned that. And if you haven't, go check out the first Boy Scout. So now here go one of these niggas they done tampered with. He done moved up the ladder, and now he don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck. He throwing niggas under the bus.
I guess I must seem very, very cold-blooded about this, but I don't recall ever having been very much preoccupied with that issue.
But many drugs were tested in this way. A decision was made at the highest levels of the CIA to do testing on unwitting Americans. As one CIA document says, such testing would be operationally realistic. A former CIA official who worked on these programs describes for the first time how the decision was made.
Yo, shout out to my brother Spade Ripper in the chat. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to my brother channel. Go check out his music. St. Lulu legend. You know what I'm talking about? Underrated. One of the top artists in the history of St. Louis. Niggas sleep. Niggas can fake. Niggas know what it is. Like always.
Thus his remarks are read by someone else.
I think every last one of us felt sorry to attempt this kind of thing. We knew we were crossing the line. Every decent kid knows he shouldn't steal, but he does it sometimes. We knew damn well we didn't want anyone else to know what we were doing.
The decision was made to do tests.
One of us felt sorry to attempt this
time how the decision was made. He did not wish to be filmed or recorded. Thus is read by someone else.
I think every last one of us felt sorry to attempt. We knew damn well we didn't want anyone else to know what we were doing. We knew we were crossing the line. One of us felt sorry to attempt this.
A official who worked on these programs describes for the first time how the decision was made. He did not wish to be filmed or recorded. Thus his remarks are read by someone else.
I think every last one of us felt sorry to attempt this kind of thing. We knew we were crossing the line. Every decent kid knows he shouldn't steal, but he does it sometimes. We knew damn well we didn't want anyone else to know what we were doing.
The decision was made to do testing on unwitting victims. It was decided they should be on the fringes of society because they were most vulnerable.
It was the borderline underworld. Prostitutes, drug addicts, and other small-timers would be powerless to seek any kind of revenge in case they found out.
And as their predecessors had a decade earlier, the CIA turned to George White for help. White was now a high-ranking narcotics official, and by this time, the stories about George White were legendary.
So the waiter says, "You may help you, monsieur?" And George White was busy talking with me. I paid no attention to the waiter, so the waiter tapped him on the should says, "May I help you, monsieur?" George White turned around, whipped his gun out, and stuck it in the guy's face like this in this crowded restaurant.
George White did not mind bending the law, and he knew the street well. He was the ideal choice for what the CIA had in mind.
We were Ivy League, white, middle class. We were naive, totally naive about this, and he felt pretty expert. He knew the whores, the pimps, the people who brought in the drugs.
White set up so-called safe houses for the CIA in New York, here in Greenwich Village, and later in San Francisco, in this hotel.
Hold on. Safe houses. Safe houses. Y'all thought y'all was in a trap? Y'all thought y'all was in a trap, didn't y'all? Y'all thought y'all was in a trap. You thought you was at the trap house. You like, damn, this hotel be popping like a motherfucker, bro. Ain't nobody kicked this motherfucker in. No, nigga, it's a fucking CIA hotel, nigga. This footage from 1979, nigga. You counted up. So how many years ago is that? I don't know, nigga. I'm high. You put it in the chat. How many years ago were these motherfuckers setting up in hotels and buildings on some experimental drugs? And you wonder why niggas out here dying off this fentanyl shit? Shit ain't no accident, bro. But watch, it gets deeper. It gets deeper. Hold on. I got something for that. Deeper. Yeah, I'm getting my shit together. Try it. Like, comment, subscribe.
He knew the whores, the pimps, the people who brought in the drugs.
White set up so-called safe houses for the CIA in New York, here in Greenwich Village, and later in San Francisco, in this hotel, and in an apartment atop Telegraph Hill with a commanding view of San Francisco Bay. While the existence of these safe houses was disclosed last year, details of what took place within them has not been told. A former CIA official who worked in the safe houses reveals that they were used not only for drug testing, but to study sexual behavior and how it could be used to manipulate people.
Okay, let me make sure that I get in this motherfucker. So when these hating ass niggas try to give me a copyright strike, they'll know that I'm on this motherfucker teaching. And I get my video back, nigga. And you had to watch them commercials. And you keep playing with my shit. And we'll make them unskippable, motherfucker. You hating ass. No. They studying sex in these hotels. Nigga, I know a whole bunch of allegedly I know a whole bunch of hotels around this motherfucker that's been cracking since I was a teenager. Niggas know. If you from St. Louis, you know them hotels. Them bitches still cracking, ain't they? Since we was teenagers. Yeah, motherfuckers done caught cases, but they still known. I remember I was a taxi driver and it was a hotel and I had a military nigga. These nigga would pay for the cab and have me just sitting in the hotel parking lot and have me taking them to the hood and getting shit. I don't know what they was getting, but I'm talking about for days. Military nigga. And then now that I think about it, it's just clicking, my nigga, because this nigga was military police from out of town. You know, I was a taxi driver. I was like 23 or some shit, so I ain't give a fuck. But damn. Too bad I don't remember the hotel. Damn, this shit all linked up. So anyway, y'all know them hotels, right? Nigga, y'all better, and niggas be, yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. All right.
In this hotel, and in an apartment atop Telegraph Hill with a commanding view of San Francisco Bay. While the existence of these safe houses was disclosed
What the fuck is
year,
that?
details of what took place within them has not been told. A former CIA official who worked in the safe houses reveals that they were used not only for drug testing, but to study sexual behavior and how it could be used to manipulate people.
We did quite a study of prostitutes and their behavior. How do you take a woman who is willing to use her body to get money out of a guy to get him to talk about things which are much more important, like state secrets? We learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom. We started to pick up knowledge that could be used in operations.
There would be victims in all of this, but as the agency knew, they couldn't fight back. Some entries from George White's diaries. Clarice gets horrors. Janet, sky high. As one agency memo says, we have no answer to the moral question. The safe houses were not the only testing grounds. Millions of dollars would be spent on LSD research at universities throughout the country. And word would begin to spread on campus about this so-called mind-blowing drug. And suddenly, there was the counterculture of the 60s.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Dr. Timothy Leary, millions of dollars would be spent on LSD research at universities throughout the country. And word would begin to spread on campus about this so-called mind-blowing.
I don't think y'all hear what they saying, man. If it's an echo, my bad. I keep forgetting to mute shit, all types of shit. I need a whole goddamn team over here. You know what I'm saying? I gotta keep up with all this shit I got going on in my motherfucking mind, my dig, my nigga. All right, yeah. So, boom. Oh man, it's a lot of fucking shit, bro. Listen to what this nigga say. Okay, because if you remember, Tim Leary, isn't that the man in the movie in the movie we was just watching in the other shit? Yeah, I think they might have took that shit down. Anyway, listen, bro. Listen to what this nigga saying. Pay attention, bro. Whatever you doing right now, you be like, damn, this nigga Hawk School be bullshitting. Okay, yeah, okay, cool. I'm telling you right now, nigga, stop what the fuck you doing and listen to what this motherfucker is saying, bro.
There was the counterculture of the 60s.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Dr. Timothy Leary, the 1960s Johnny Appleseed of LSD.
The CIA funded and supported and encouraged hundreds of young psychiatrists to experiment with this drug. The fallout from that was that the young psychologists began taking it themselves, discovering that it was an intelligence-enhancing, consciousness-raising experience.
I know that some of the studies in which the CIA had supported used as subjects people who later became strong proselytizers of LSD. So, in that sense, yes, I think it did sustain the perpetuation of the use of the drug. And it's rather ironic, isn't it?
The counter case that I would make in relationship to that is to remember that the people who were doing the research were people who would be doing the research regardless of who was a sponsor. I don't.
Regardless of who's sponsored. We don't give a fuck. We got to pay a snitch. If we got to pay a Klansman in goddamn Southern Missouri to cook this shit up in his bathtub in a trailer park. We don't give a fuck who. We running a program. Y'all niggas don't hear me though. Y'all niggas don't hear me though. I don't even want to see no one in the chat, nigga. Because you still don't hear me. With the mic all the way up, nigga. With the good mic, yeah. And y'all still don't hear me. He don't give a fuck who, nigga. We cutting the check for everybody.
Perpetuation of the use of the drug. And it's rather ironic, isn't it?
The counter case that I would make in relationship to that is to remember that the people who were doing the research were people who would be doing the research regardless of who was a sponsor. I don't think anybody working in that time in the remotest ever thought that it would blow up into the kind of thing that it did.
History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s through their intense interest in LSD and other hallucinogenics. But for the moment at least, the argument can be made that the CIA helped usher in the age of Aquarius.
Nigga, who? Y'all be talking all this old high-powered Sanchez Blavatsky, rainbows and unicorns bullshit. Spoon fed to you by your impressor. Matter of fact, let's pause this. Let's pause this. Because, you know, they be attacking a nigga channel. So let's read something. Break it up a little bit. You know what I'm talking about? All right. Hold on 1 second. Where is that? Oh, yeah. Peace to the tribes. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Like, comment, subscribe. You know what I'm talking about? All that fly shit. And we do got the membership. You know what I'm talking about? And starting in January, I'm not giving none of these niggas this shit free. Niggas be spies and all types of shit. $4.99, nigga. I give you all these PDFs I'll be having to look hours for to find. Free motherfucking books, nigga. Be costing $75, $150, nigga. I be digging through the crates, nigga. And acquiring this shit from the bots. You understand me? All right. Check this out. And that's why I'm saying you're going to need a membership to get these sources. I do have all primary sources. Yes, nigga, I went got my diploma, so I got all that figured out, nigga. I took English composition 1 and 2, and I passed them with A's. So now you niggas can eat a baby DICK. Mind control versus brainwashing. Stephen Hassan, who has treated cult victims for more than 30 years, makes an interesting distinction between mental control and brainwashing. He says that in brainwashing, the victim knows that the aggressor is an enemy. Let me repeat that. He says that in brainwashing, the victim knows that the aggressor is an enemy. For example, prisoners of war know that the person doing the brainwashing and or torture is an enemy, and often they understand that remaining alive depends on changing their belief system. They are coerced, often with physical force, into doing things they would not normally do. However, when the victim escapes from the influence of the enemy, the effects of the brainwashing frequently disappear. Mind control is more subtle and sophisticated because the person doing the manipulations is often considered a friend or a teacher. So the victim is not actually trying to defend themselves. I got to run that back, even for myself. I don't want to forget this shit. Mind control is more subtle and sophisticated because the person doing the manipulations is often considered a friend or a teacher. So the victim is not actually trying to defend themselves. In fact, he or she may be a willing participant. And believing that the manipulator has their best interests in mind, they often provide private information willingly, which is then used against them to continue the mind control. This makes mind control as dangerous, if not more so, than physical coercion. In other words, it can even be more effective than torture, physical abuse, drugs, etc. Etc. Nigga. That's worth repeating. In mind control, there may be no physical coercion or violence, but it can actually be much more effective in controlling a person. That's because coercion can change behavior, but coercive persuasion, mind control, will change attitude and behavior. And the victim is happily and actively participant in the changes, believing it is best for them. So later to accept that someone they trusted and liked has deceived and manipulated them is very difficult, and is one of the reasons that it's not easy for people to recognize mind control. Even when the person is free of the influence of the manipulator, the attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors persist, in large part because the person believes they have made these decisions themselves. The effects of decisions we make ourselves are stronger and more lasting than the decisions we know we have been pushed to make. And in part because the person does not want to admit that they have been manipulated without their knowing that they have been tricked by a, quote, friend. Manipulators are fond of saying that no one is holding a gun to the manipulated person's head. And this is powerful in two ways. To the outsider who does not understand mind control, it is difficult to argue with. For the manipulated person, they know that that is true. No one has actually held a gun to their head, so it reinforces the idea that they have decided for themselves. And decisions we have made ourselves are much more powerful, and the effects last longer, so it further propels the manipulated person deeper into the reality created by the mind control. Who would use these techniques, destroying the lives of others for their own selfish benefits, or manipulating others simply because they can or because they want to control? The answer is psychopaths or sociopaths. Probably the vast majority of extreme manipulators who use the mind control fit the profile of psychopath. And the reason they can do it is because they have no conscience. Let's stop there for a moment. Let's pause there. They have no conscience. They have no conscience. I don't know what the fuck. I done blocked this fucking weirdo jack off shit that's popping up in the chat 100 fucking times. I guess because I'm talking about the alphabet boys, but they can eat a dick. So make sure y'all get what you get from this, retain this. And that's why we had an oral tradition. So motherfuckers didn't know what we was talking about. And so we won't forget what we were talking about. So pay the fuck attention, bro. Drop. I love y'all.
ABC News Close-Up will continue in a moment.
In terms of individual human beings. Covering a span of history such as we are in this report, one can get sidetracked by the so-called glamour and mystery of espionage work or by the exotic qualities of some drugs. But what you can't lose sight of is what all of this would mean in terms of individual human beings. There would be deaths, there would be long-lasting and harmful effects. The best-known case is that of this man, Frank Olson, a chemist employed by the Army Chemical Corps, who in 1953 was slipped LSD unknowingly at a meeting with CIA officials. Shortly after that, Olson went into severe depression. He ended his life at this New York hotel by diving through a shaded closed window in his 10th floor room. Frank Olson was the first known fatality in the CIA's LSD program. Olson left behind a widow, Alice, and 3 children, but it would be years before they learned the real story of his death. Shortly after his suicide, Alice Olson was visited by Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the man who had administered the drug, and by Robert Lashbrook, his deputy, who was the last person with Frank Olson the night of his death.
It was probably to check me out and see whether I was handling myself and handling the situation, whether I was hysterical. And I'm sure they left the house feeling ever so much better.
Keyword handle. Because a lot of us want to debate whether or not this level of mind control and brainwashing is actually a reality, or if it's just some weirdo niggas talking some conspiracy shit. So that's what we're here to do at Hawk School. We breaking up all the weirdo shit. No weirdo shit allowed. Niggas ain't vibing with that. The Indians ain't vibing with that. Right on to the real, death to the fake. So, do these niggas have handlers? Are they really sending these niggas bitches and controlling these niggas with it? And these niggas making decisions that's being planted in their mind? And this 1979, bro. That's 42 years ago. Thank you, chat. 42 years ago, bro. So some of you niggas, that's twice as long as you been on Earth, nigga. They been experimenting with niggas setting up hotel rooms with bitches. Goddamn. Oh, so what this nigga like? He like head? He like, oh, the nigga like you put your finger in his booty and all this old weirdo shit? Welcome to Hawk School. Too high for pigeons to fly. Walk in the water and live in the sky. Hawks don't fly with pigeons.
Better because I had been gracious and hospitable to them, so that I must have played right into their hand and made them feel fine.
23 years later, how did you feel about that meeting?
My anger was unbelievable at how I had been duped for this length of time, and the anguish which was unnecessary.
Anyone who knew during all of those years never told Alice Olson the real story of her husband's death. She would discover it by accident more than 2 decades later. In essence, it was a 22-year-long cover-up. Lyman Kirkpatrick was Inspector General of the CIA at the time of Frank Olson's death. But had not the Olson case occurred within the secret confines of the CIA, would not this case have been a prosecutable case? Perhaps manslaughter.
I would think very definitely prosecutable, and certainly from the point of view of of Mr. Olson, why it should probably have been actionable.
Frank Olson's suicide slowed down the CIA's testing of LSD and other drugs, but only momentarily. The CIA was not the only government agency interested in the possibilities LSD and other drugs presented for mind control. The Army Chemical Corps first started working with the CIA and then branched off on its own. It too tested drugs on unwitting victims, and a death would result. The case of this man, Harold Blower, a tennis pro, seen here with his daughter Elizabeth, is well known. In 1953, Blower was a private patient at the New York State Psychiatric.
All right, I just want to pause this. You know what I'm saying? I gotta pause this and show my face and shit, so I don't be getting copyright strikes. So they know this is fair use. That we are using this to teach. That we have totally changed the whole fucking way that this was formatted. Hey, and y'all know what's crazy? So I'm doing an experiment with the YouTube algorithm. You know, I post this shit, heavyweight shit. You know what I'm talking about? High grade, high sciences. It get whatever views. I put Duke Deuce up there. My nigga doing, you know what I'm saying? The Memphis shit. Lit. I love that shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit get 50,000 views in 2 days, and I misspelled verses. This shit is fucking bananas. And I just got an email said, oh, this is approved for children. Your Duke Deuce. Where it said? Hold on, I'm gonna read it to you. It's crazy. Where it say? I said what? It's like, yeah, bro. I be having so many copyright claims on my shit, boy. You don't even know. I got the script though. I sent to their ass though, boy. I know some shit. Look, I just got the email. It say your video is suitable for all advertisers. Memphis GD Duke Deuce has a message for Busy Bone at Versus Battle. Great news! After manually reviewing your video, we've determined that it is suitable for all advertisers. So this shit right here I'm dropping right now, they'll say not suitable. But if I upload a video, say Memphis GD Duke Deuce has a messenger for Busy Bone at Versus Battle, that is suitable for all advertisers. So whatever the fuck. So we're gonna put that in between. We're gonna run up the sack on that. You know what I'm talking about? And then we're gonna drop this shit. And then maybe we'll get some subscribers who wouldn't usually subscribe and be like, damn, these niggas on some other shit over here. So that's the plan. That's the experiment. That's what we're doing. So share all this shit. Tribe.
Institute. He was given 5 injections of a mescaline derivative that was being tested secretly for the Army Chemical Corps. With the 5th injection, Harold Blower died. As with the Olson case, a 22-year cover-up followed. until finally the Army admitted the real details of Blauer's death. Since the initial news stories of Harold Blauer's death, close to 5,000 documents, previously classified, have been released by the Army and obtained by ABC News. They provide valuable insight into Army activities at the time of Blauer's death and where the Army went from there with their own drug testing program. From a previously classified deposition of Dr. James Cattell, who administered the mescaline derivative, on the purpose of the drug testing, to produce symptoms similar to those that you see in schizophrenia, on how much the patient knew about all this. We didn't delineate all the possibilities of what might happen because then you contaminate your experiment. Cattell then relates that he never even knew what drug he had given Harold Blauer because of the secrecy of the Army experiments. We didn't know whether it was dog piss. This was secret. This was a secret. We weren't in on it. We asked Blauer's daughter Elizabeth for her reaction.
What? How can anybody react to that? I mean, and it's so far from what you'd expect from a human being, never mind a doctor, never mind a professional specialist who's supposed to care about people's minds. It's unbelievable.
A suit filed by Elizabeth Barrett against the Army Chemical Corps is now pending in federal court. Other Army experiments continued on mental patients around the country. Work done at the Tulane Medical Center in New Orleans involved several drugs, hallucinogenics, and electrodes implanted in the brain. The chief researcher was Dr. Russell Monroe, now head of the psychiatry department at the University of Maryland. These are various progress reports written by Dr. Monroe and recently obtained by ABC News. From one of the progress reports, a report of a woman who had electrodes implanted in the brain and was then given LSD and other drugs. She became agitated, cried, lapsed into a trance-like state. Felt as if she were about to have a convulsion, experienced waves of darkness and light, had bizarre sensations in her neck and legs, said somebody was trying to manipulate her body. At this point, Dr. Monroe wrote that the woman was obviously having paranoid ideas. As a layperson, perhaps you can enlighten me. What therapeutic effect would the type of experiment that I just described have on a patient?
Well, the therapeutic effect would be indirect.
Was this patient aware that she was being given LSD?
Yes, I mean, they were told that they would be given some medication, and they
specifically LSD?
Well, we told them, I don't think that they would have even known what LSD was then at the time. They were told that they were going to they would be given some medication, which might make them feel worse.
Dr. Monroe, what do you think the Army Chemical Corps was looking for in all of this testing?
They were looking for an incapacitating agent, an agent that would not harm the person permanently, but would incapacitate them temporarily. That seemed like a humanistic way to to wage a war, if war is necessary.
When James Thornwell was given LSD by Army intelligence in 1961, this time it was no experiment. This time the express...
All right. Yeah, nigga. Y'all niggas love to change the channel and say, oh, man, it's some white people shit. I feel you, though. No, nigga, every problem in America is everybody's problem. And if you even think of some white people shit, know that you are still under the influence of your oppressor, the colonizer. This is a colonist thought, bro. All this shit. If you don't see a man for, you know what I'm talking about? You're thinking like a colonist, my nigga. That's just a fact. And here we're exposing that you've been brainwashed to think this way. And what did the reading say? The difference between brainwashing and mind control is when you're being brainwashed, you know you're being brainwashed. So you can forget that shit when you get away from it. It's like me listening to 3 6 Mafia when I was young. I'll just leave it at that. You know what I'm talking about? Because I do still love 3 6 Mafia. But nonetheless, you know what's happening, my nigga. You know what you're listening to and how it's going to more than likely affect you. But with mind control, you're oblivious to this shit. You think you making these decisions. That's why they put these agent ass niggas on YouTube to do this shit. That's why they set up the goddamn trap in the hotel to study you niggas. Y'all think y'all so fucking smart, bro. No, nigga, this everybody in this motherfucker who ain't goddamn a reptilian's problem, my nigga.
Thornwell's brain
Hold
to
on.
bear any
Hold
secret
on.
within it.
Hold on.
When James Thornwell was given LSD by Army intelligence in 1961, this time it was no experiment. This time the express purpose was to peel back Thornwell's brain to bear any secret within it. This time the Army had gone operational. Thornwell, as reported on ABC last January, was an Army private stationed in Orléans, France. Classified documents were missing from his unit. Thornwell became a suspect. His 2.5-month interrogation included administration of sodium pentothal, hypnosis.
Hold on. I don't think you heard him. This nigga became a suspect. Yeah, put me on the screen. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. This nigga a suspect now. Wait, are y'all doing an experiment on this nigga? Huh? Hey man, but a nigga be like, oh man, didn't nobody, y'all niggas aren't telling us a conspiracy. Didn't nobody send that bitch on him. Can't nobody get him no drug and oh man, that nigga was gone. That why when he nigga be gone, locked up. Oh yeah, all right. What I just see? I was watching Mike Tyson and he said he met what's this nigga? This jackass nigga. The fuck. Steve. The nigga got the tattoo of himself on his fucking back. Weird ass fucking white boy from Jackass. Anyway, he said they met in rehab, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Celebrity shit. You know what I'm saying? So what they say, Kanye, the nigga, disappeared, come back off. I mean, it's a conspiracy. Just watch, nigga. I was gonna make this short, but fuck it. You know what I'm saying? The analytics say niggas only watch like 18% of the video. Well, you stupid, nigga. That's why when you come arguing, I don't have no motherfucking. There's nothing to talk about because for me to do 3 hours about this shit, nigga, I probably studied 12. You know what I'm saying? Reading shit and deciding what I was gonna present. Yes, I'm still learning. You know what I mean? And that's why I invite you to join in the discussion. You know what I'm talking about? But at the same time, nigga, if you all you did is goddamn follow some bitch ass nigga on Instagram and look at the memes he posts and you got your platform based off of this nigga, you are under the control of the alphabet boys. Fool ass nigga. Run it back. Oh, we run it back. It's finally a nigga on the screen. We gonna run it back. Let's see what his story is. Tribe. Hit that like, comment, subscribe. Moderators, get these fuck niggas out of here. Don't block, no comments. Allow all comments as long as it ain't no weirdo jacking off shit. I don't know where the fuck that's come from. I blocked them like 4 times and they still popping up. So, you know, Small Hats probably sent them. Tribe. Fuck them. Hit that cash out because YouTube is goddamn robbing on the goddamn super chats. But I do appreciate the support. My bad. High shit. Tribe. Let's run it back. It's a nigga on the screen. Bring him back.
To bear any secret within it. This time, the Army had gone operational. Any secret within it. This time, the Army had gone operational. Army intelligence in 1960.
That seemed like a humanistic way to.
Were missing any secret. When James Thornwell was given LSD by Army intelligence in 1961, this time it was no experiment. This time, the express purpose was to peel back Thornwell's brain to bear any secret within it. This time, the Army had gone operational. Thornwell, as reported on ABC last January, was an Army private stationed in Orléans, France. Classified documents were missing from his unit. Thornwell became a suspect. His 2.5-month interrogation included administration of sodium pentothal, hypnosis, isolation, and deprivation of sleep. Army documents obtained by ABC News refer to this interrogation as conventional. Despite the severe questioning, Army intelligence was getting nowhere with Thornwell, and it was decided to slip him LSD. For 16 years, Thornwell never knew what had hit him.
Tell me about the acid. I'd rather not. It's a bad trip. It's a bad trip. That was a bad trip. The pain was so excruciating. Felt like somebody was sticking me with a million pins. You know, just everywhere. Oh, it just... You want to stop for me? I walked around. You want to stop? Oh, I can talk. I lived through it. I lived through it.
No charges were ever brought by the Army against Thornwell. He was discharged for psychological disorders. But an Army psychiatric evaluation of Thornwell obtained by ABC News, one which was done prior to Thornwell having been given LSD, says of him, fairly cooperative, oriented, alert, and gave no evidence of psychosis or depression. From the Army's point of view, this type of LSD interrogation was a success. Other documents refer to the exploitability of interrogation subjects, cracking them, keeping them off balance mentally, and providing an economical, speedy, and productive aid to interrogation. From James Thornwell's point of view, it was no success. Thornwell still has serious problems. He's run through 2 marriages. He maintains he can't hold a job, can't concentrate, has nightmares, and feels socially and emotionally isolated. Last fall, Thornwell filed suit against the government in federal court. In a moment, we will examine the closest experimentation to brainwashing that we have uncovered.
Oh, for crying out loud. Something wrong?
By far, the most chilling experiments we have uncovered took place at this Gothic estate called Ravenscrag, halfway up Mount Royal in Montreal. It houses the Allen Memorial Institute of Psychiatry of McGill University. It was here that the CIA funded a series of experiments, severe experiments.
All right, we're gonna take a little break, so hopefully this will prevent any copyright strike bullshit. And I'm gonna read a little something here about this place they just mentioned. In the 1950s and 60s, a Montreal hospital subjected psychiatric patients to electroshocks, drug-induced sleep, and huge doses of LSD. Families are still grappling with the effects. Sarah Ann Johnson had always known the broad strokes of her maternal grandmother's story. In 1956, Velma Orlico checked herself into a renowned Canadian psychiatric hospital, the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, hoping for help with postpartum depression. She was in and out of the clinic for 3 years, but instead of improving, her conditions deteriorated and her personality underwent jarring changes. More than 2 decades passed before Johnson and her family had an explanation, and it was much stranger than any of them could imagine. In 1977, it emerged that the CIA had been funding experiments in mind control, brainwashing at the Institute as part of a North America-wide project known as MK Ultra. Y'all think it's a game. Y'all think it's a game. They think it's a game. At the time, the U.S. agency was scrambling to deepen its understanding of brainwashing after a handful of Americans captured during the Korean War had publicly praised communism and denounced the U.S. In 1957, the interests brought the agency north of the border, where a Scottish-born psychiatrist, Ewan Cameron, was trying to discover whether doctors could erase a person's mind and instill new patterns of behavior. Orlico was one of the several hundred patients who become unwitting subjects of these experiments in Montreal in the late 1950s and early 60s. That's half a century ago, niggas. It's almost impossible to believe, said her granddaughter Sarah Ann Johnson. After her grandmother died, the Canadian artist began reading up on the Institute, delving into Orlico's journals and court documents. Some of the things he did to his patients, and so horrible and unbelievable that it sounds like the stuff of nightmares. Patients were subjected to high voltage electroshock therapy several times. Patients were subjected to high voltage electroshock therapy several times a day, forced into drug-induced sleeps that could last months. Months. What the fuck? And injected with injected with mega doses of LSD. Let me bring that back because I didn't even read it clear because my mind was goddamn. Shit was splitting, neurons was getting fried and shit. So let me read this loud and clear. Patients were subjected to high voltage electroshock therapy several times a day, forced into drug-induced sleeps that could last months, and injected with mega doses of LSD. After reducing them to a childlike state, at times stripping them of basic skills such as how to dress themselves or tie their shoes. Now, you know what? That's funny because that makes me think of something. Let me see if I could just pull something up real quick here. Because some, shit just be popping in my mind. And let's go here. Boom. Yo, peace to the drives. I appreciate you. Excuse me. I appreciate you for tuning in. Make sure you hit that like, comment, you know what I'm talking about. And after the broadcast ends, make sure you leave a comment. You got a question or whatever. Put a # Ask Hawk School, and that way, we might just do a whole Hawk School video where we just go through the hashtag and just make a video building on that, and we'll have an open discussion on the things that's under that hashtag. It's # Ask Hawk School. I want to find this. They're trying to hide it, but I ain't gonna be able to. I'm on the ass no more. No. We're gonna have to do it in a part 2 or whatever. Cause I remember seeing it. I can't find it. Fuck it. Here's some other weirdo shit though.
Buy 2 for $5.
Fuck it. I can't find it. Fuck them. We already doing too much as it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure we already exposing too much as it is. Patients were subjected to high voltage electroshock therapy several times a day, forced into drug-induced sleep that could last months and injected with mega doses of LSD. After reducing them to a childlike state, at times stripping them of basic skills such as how to dress themselves or tie their shoes, Cameron would attempt to reprogram them by bombarding them with recorded messages for up to 16 hours at a time. First came negative messages about their inadequacies, followed by positive ones, in some cases repeated up to 500,000 times. He couldn't get his patients to listen to them enough, so he put speakers in football helmets and locked them on their heads, said Johnson. They were going crazy, banging their heads into walls. He then figured he could put them in drug-induced comas and play the tapes as long as he needed. Along with intensive bouts of electroshock therapy, Johnson's grandmother was given injections of LSD on 14 occasions. She said that made her feel like her bones were melting. She would say, "I don't want these," said Johnson, and the doctor and nurses would say to her, "You're a bad wife, you're a bad mother. If you wanted to get better, you would do this for your family. Think about your daughter." Orlico died, and when Johnson was 13 years old, her experience and the profound imprint it left on her family has influenced Johnson's artwork. "I knew even at a very young age that my grandma was not like other grandmas," said Johnson, 41. "She had a hair trigger for nerves and anger. If someone bumped into her, if we were in a restaurant and someone spilled something on her, she would just explode. She wouldn't hurt anybody. She would just scream and yell, and it would take hours to calm her down." Sound like some of y'all niggas' baby mamas. And then these bitches be going to these sleep studies and shit. You know what I'm saying? Getting 5 bands. You like, damn, this bitch been gone for a month and they gave her 5 bands? That bitch probably been asleep the whole time. Johnson was close to her grandmother, often spending afternoons at her home while her parents worked. They would sit on the couch and watch TV together, surrounded by piles of books and newspapers. Years later, Johnson found out that the experiments had wreaked havoc on Orlico's brain. It could take her 3 weeks to read a newspaper, months to write a letter, and years to read a book. You see what I'm talking about? You're like, damn, this dumbass bitch ain't read a book in years. But she kept trying. She kept trying to be her old self and do things that she used to love, said Johnson. Now I think that she was just sitting in a big pile of her own failures every day on that couch. Similar scenes played out across Canada. As former patients of the Institute attempted to return to their lives, it tainted our whole family, said Allison Steele, whose mother was admitted to the Institute in 1957. Her mother was 33 years old at the time. Oh, thank you, Freemasons, for this information. Reeling from the loss of her first child and showing signs of depression back at the time, this Dr. Cameron, he was this miracle psychiatrist, said Steele. He was supposed to do wonders with people with depression or mental health issues. Steele's mother, Jean, was put into chemically induced sleep, once for 18 hours and a second time for 29 days. She was subjected to rounds of electroshock injection, of experimental drugs, and seemingly endless bouts of recorded messages. They say it was torture for human beings. Human torture, said Steele, who was 4 years old when her mother was hospitalized. What they attempt to do is erase your emotions. They strip you of your soul. After 3 months at the institution, her mother returned home. The treatments had taken a toll on her memory and left her riddled with nervousness and anxiety. She wasn't able to talk to me about life and regular stuff. She wasn't able to joke and laugh, said Steele. At times, her mother would interrupt conversations to utter statements out of the blue, which Steele believes were the recorded messages she had been exposed to. She would blurt out something like, "We must do the right thing," said Steele Cameron, the psychiatrist behind the experiments. Let me say that again. At times, her mother would interrupt conversations to utter out statements out of the blue, which Steele believes were recorded messages she had been exposed to. She would blurt out something like, "We must do the right thing," said Steele. Cameron, the psychiatrist behind the experiments, died in 1967 of a heart attack while mountain climbing. Sure he did. He died of a heart attack while mountain climbing. So this nigga goes mountain climbing. He probably a fucking athletic ass nigga. But when climbed the mountain, fucking dropped dead. Isn't that crazy? But recent decades have seen various attempts by former patients and their families to hold the Canadian government and the CIA accountable. In 1992, the Canadian government, which had provided grants from several agencies to fund Cameron's research, offered compensation payments of 100,000 Canadian, 78,000 US to 77 former patients of the institute had been reduced to a childlike state. Hundreds of others, including Steele's mother, were denied compensation at times because they were deemed not to have been damaged enough by the experiments. 77 motherfuckers. And then you look at these niggas on the corner talking to their fucking self. And these niggas, you be like, damn, bro, used to be in the goddamn military and he was whoop, wop, whoop, 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 whoop. Let's get into it. And you wonder what happened to him. You wonder what happened to him. What happened to this nigga? He used to be thorough when he was young, when he was in his 20s. Damn. I done X'd out of my whole shit. He used to be thorough. What happened to this nigga? What happened to him? This nigga part of a fucking experiment, bro. Hold on, let me do this. Make sure you hit the like, comment, subscribe. Subscribe to the Unconquered Tribes. You know what I'm talking about? 100% agent-free TV. If you're tired of Freemasons all in the video, dancing, come on over to Hawk School. You know what I'm talking about? Hopefully it'll put us back where we were. Let's mute this for now. They try to play this bullshit. All right, where were we? Montreal, Canada. Because this is a North American project. Remember they said that, right? North America. The whole North America thing.
By the Institute's then director, Dr. Ewan Cameron. It is the closest experimentation to brainwashing yet disclosed. His work, unprecedented in psychiatry, consisted of 3 areas which he called sleep therapy, psychic driving, and the ultimate depatterning. Dr. Maurice Dongier, current head of the Allen Memorial Institute.
In his psychic driving, so-called type of therapy, he would give the patient intensive electric treatment in order to make the patient regress deeply, become forgetful, and then he would attempt to implant new ideas in the mind of the patient.
Now, to a layman, it would appear that Dr. Cameron was trying to take the slate and wipe it clean, the slate being the mind. In other words, brainwashing.
Exactly, that's a very good comparison.
Brainwashing.
Yes, to life.
Val Orlico of Winnipeg, Canada, the wife of a member of the Canadian Parliament, was a patient of Dr. Cameron's. She entered the Allen Memorial Institute because of severe depression. She describes for the first time publicly the LSD therapy and psychic driving treatment that she was given by Dr. Cameron.
And then the drug began to take hold very rapidly because it was an IV injection. And things became very furry and very frightening, and had a lot of sensations that it's very difficult to recall. Nobody explained it to me. Nobody ever asked me if I was willing to do it or anything.
He had this feeling that he would be able to get through the resistance of illness and to reach deep changes very quickly.
Did he?
I don't think that when you look at that in retrospect, the hopes that he had have been in any way fulfilled.
His hopes been fulfilled. Y'all, let's check out. Y'all want to see some shit? I'm gonna make you understand what they be doing to motherfuckers. Watch this dude right here.
No. The background of the website.
Y'all got to see this shit. Because my subconscious is scarred with this shit. We ain't even going to play it that long. Watch. Look at this motherfucker.
Oh. I'm pushing the skin up. I'm folding the skin. There's another spot where there's a pinched nerve. It popped this morning. Look at that.
He going crazy.
Look
He
at
going
that.
crazy.
I
Nigga
was
weirded
like
out.
choking. I was like being strangled. And as I push the skin out, staph comes out. Brown stuff comes out of my cheek.
I'm going to throw
Look
up.
at that.
I'm going to throw up.
There's no blood, by the way. Like this on my finger, this is all staph. Look, that's not blood. That's all brown staph. I mean, look at my face. Look at these.
Hey, bro, this nigga straight tripping. This nigga tripping, bro. This nigga losing it over here. Now, he know he on drugs, though. And he losing it. Imagine these motherfuckers being given experimental drugs and they don't know they losing it. They don't know why they losing it. Look at this nigga recording himself, bro. On this nigga on the goddamn meth.
Look at the side of the face. Look at that. You can see right here. That's a nerve. Look at that nerve. I mean, look at that. And then look at this. This side of my face. I look so rested and fresh. I have like no wrinkles. I had wrinkles before on this side and droopy eyes, and now look at that. Look like I had a facelift. Stretching the skin back out. I look like a different person. Wow, I can see better. Oh man, it feels amazing. Look at that. Look. It just goes away. Oh my God, I'm gonna go out and celebrate. I'm out of work and I couldn't be happier because
This nigga say he finna go out and celebrate. This nigga losing it, man. God damn, this nigga losing it. He finna go celebrate. Now y'all finna watch this shit. Crystal meth, this for the kids. Just say no.
I couldn't be happier because I'm no longer in pain. Shit. I'm no longer in pain. I'm out of work and I couldn't be happier because I'm no longer in pain. I'm out of work and I couldn't be happy. Oh my God, I'm gonna go out and celebrate. I'm out of work and I couldn't be happier because I'm no longer in pain. Shit. See my lip lift. Oh my God, look at this wrinkle go away. This wrinkle.
I had enough of this weird ass nigga. I know y'all had to. I'm about to throw up just looking at this motherfucker. He losing it. This nigga losing it, bro. Big time. But it's
Would plunge on. The next step was what he called psychic driving. This involved almost endless tape-recorded messages and more drugs for the patient. Cameron wrote that this was the way to make direct controlled changes in personality.
I thought this was the coldest and most impersonal treatment that anybody could give to anybody in the world. And I became more and more despondent and more angry. I just became so despondent that I thought I can't live like this any longer. And I thought I would just go out and throw myself underneath the cars on McGregor. I stood on the curb of that street and I stood there and I thought, okay, go. Okay, go. And then I thought, what if you're not killed? What if you're just maimed? What if you don't die and you live and you can't even talk anymore? And I couldn't do it.
The most severe technique Cameron used was depatterning. He described it as breaking up the existing patterns of behavior by means of intensive electroshock therapy with prolonged periods of sleep. He carried out these experiments in something he called the sleep rooms.
People in there were like babies. They cried and they were very disoriented. And we were very afraid of the sleep room. We used to walk very carefully against the side of the corridor that was opposite the sleep room with our backs to the wall when we...
The sleep room, nigga. That's where they have a motherfucking that bitch sleep for months. Months, nigga. Just watch. Just watch this shit. Oh, yeah, we ain't even got into it.
Go by.
Cameron used this combined sleep electroshock treatment on patients. Used was depatterning. He described it as breaking up the existing patterns of behavior by means of intensive electroshock therapy with prolonged periods of sleep. He carried out these experiments in something he called the sleep rooms.
People in there were like babies. They cried and they were very disoriented. And we were very afraid of the sleep room. We used to walk very carefully against the side of the corridor that was opposite the sleep room with our backs to the wall when we'd go by.
Cameron used this combined sleep electroshock treatment on patients as long as 30 days. One patient he kept asleep for 65 days. Cameron retired, and his successor, Dr. Robert Cleghorn, ordered a follow-up study on the patients treated with Cameron's depatterning method.
Showed that it was no more beneficial in its result than the use of more conservative methods.
But the follow-up study showed that 60% of those who had been depatterned still had amnesia for periods of anywhere from 6 months to 10 years. That's quite a memory loss, isn't it?
That is a memory loss. Indeed it is. It's I think, more than desirable.
In retrospect.
No, we really got to ask ourselves, if they can have these niggas in here and have a nigga sleep and program in 2 months, and this nigga lose his memory 10 years, is it a conspiracy when these niggas be gone and come back weird? Is it a conspiracy? Comment below.
Does Dr. Cameron's experimentation and his treatment appear harsh?
I would say yes. I mean, this forceful type of approach that I was describing to you is definitely, it can be said that it's harsh.
I wouldn't call it harsh. I would say it was harder on the staff than it was on the patients, because these people...
You hear this sick motherfucker? It was harder on the staff than it was on the patients. And look, and then he get it. This motherfucker, like, he got on a disguise. Why did this nigga look like Eddie Murphy when he dressed up like a white man and he was on the bus partying and shit? Y'all remember that?
Fluid and food and
Why he look like he got on a disguise? Anyway, I'm on some hot shit.
toileted and so on and so forth. It was a very difficult thing for the staff to follow these patients properly and see that they did well.
Well, I'm glad he was concerned for the staff. But damn it all, I wouldn't. I could have maybe had a different kind of life. And that makes me angry and sad and I don't know how to explain how I feel, really. I just.
How did you feel when you learned that Dr. Cameron's experimentation was financed by the CIA?
Well, I thought, oh, I can't even use the word that I thought, because I thought, that bastard. And he was too smart. He knew who he was working for. And, excuse me, but I just, I just can't, sometimes I can't believe it. And yet I know it's true.
If you had the opportunity to say something to the people at the Central Intelligence Agency who financed this study, what would you say?
I realize the CIA is a very important organization and they have a very important job to do. But God, it surely doesn't have to be done on people who are totally incapable of knowing what's happening or having any defense against it. And I can't imagine the mentality of people who would do this. I just can't.
As for Dr. Cameron, he died in 1966 while mountain climbing. A colleague wrote of Cameron, for him the ends justify.
Hold on. This is why you got to have multiple sources. All right. Because we just read the article, and what happened? How the fuck this nigga die in 1966 if Cameron, the psychiatrist behind the experiments, died in 1967 of a heart attack while mountain climbing? What? What? Yeah, all right.
The ends justified the means. And when one is dealing with the waste of human potential, it is easy to adopt this stance. Dr. Cameron seemed ideally suited for what the CIA had in mind. America. The CIA secretly commissioned a study of communist brainwashing methods at the Cornell University Medical Center. A leader of that study was Dr. Lawrence Hinkle. He explains first the Russian method of controlling and breaking a person.
Absolutely isolated from everyone else, with one man whose job it is to get you to write the extent to which you are a criminal. In this setting, you can get people to do most anything, do you see? Because you don't have to lay a hand on them. And by the time you get through and you go up before the judge, the fellow says, were you a spy? He says, yes, I was a spy. The Chinese never really had this kind of a state police system. They would get him in, and all this fellow does is ask you to write, rewrite, and talk to him about your whole life.
Graduated from pilot training in 1949.
While the purpose of the study was to find out about communist brainwashing techniques, CIA documents show that the agency was interested in developing mind control methods of its own to precondition and control Chinese living in this country to be sent back to their homeland as CIA agents. What do you think they were looking for?
Well, I think they...
No, I don't think you heard him. I don't think you heard him.
And breaking a person.
Absolutely isolated from everyone else, with one man whose job it is to get you to write the extent to which you are a criminal. In this setting, you can get people to do most anything, do you see? Because you don't have to lay a hand on them. And by the time you get through and you go up before the judge, the fellow says, were you a spy? He says, yes, I was a spy. The Chinese never really had this kind of a state police system. They would get him in, and all this fellow does is ask you to write, rewrite, and talk to him about your whole life.
Graduated from pilot training in 1949.
While the purpose of the study was to find out about communist brainwashing techniques, CIA documents show that the agency was interested in developing mind control methods of its own to precondition and control Chinese living in this country to be sent back to their homeland as CIA agents. What do you think they were looking for?
Well, I think they weren't looking for agents or anything like that.
Yet the agency's perception of the work you were doing, in CIA documents we have examined, it says that the project that was being done here, they intended to use everything learned about the new agents to induce them to, quote, to perform acts of a complex, purposeful nature.
Yeah, but that was
the
never
effects
done.
of which may be out of keeping with the individual's
That
previous
sort
behavior.
of thing was never done. Those people were not. That was when they first came here. The first people they sent up to see us, you see, were operational type people from the CIA with some rather wild ideas.
Okay, this is their perception of it. If I could
No,
just
it wasn't
continue.
their perception of it either. No, it wasn't.
Dangerous to his being, contrary to any previous consciously expressed intentions and interests, contrary to the good of the individual, and subversive to the goals for which he is.
He don't want to hear that bullshit. This nigga say, shut the fuck up. Hey man, stay tuned to the end of the stream. We got enough people in here. We'll have a little discussion afterwards. Let's watch him get sick of this dude again because it's funny. He like, yeah, what the fuck ever, nigga. He in the brotherhood. He don't give a fuck. He don't have no oath to you. You fucking neophyte, goyim ass nigga.
Type people from the CIA with some rather wild ideas.
Okay, this is their perception of it. If I could
No,
just
it wasn't
continue.
their perception of it either. No, it wasn't.
Dangerous to his being, contrary to any previous consciously expressed intentions and interests, contrary to the good of the individual, and subversive to the goals for which he is
I
consciously
understand
working.
all this talk. But the situation was, you see, those things were never done because of wise people on both sides. We not able to do this nor interested in it.
They were, though.
Some of the low-level people were, but the high-level people were not, to tell you the truth.
But documents clearly show that the CIA was attempting to develop agents over whom they had as much control as possible. Agents who would perform tasks contrary to their own good.
Normally conditioned American who's been trained to kill, then to have no memory of having killed.
Clearly show that the CIA was attempting to develop agents over whom they had as much control as possible. Agents who would perform tasks contrary to their own good.
Normally conditioned American who's been trained to kill, then to have no memory of having killed. His brain has not only been washed, as they say, it has been dry cleaned.
Is a Manchurian candidate controlled by others to do things against his friends over whom they had as much control.
Those things were never done. People on both sides.
Over whom
some of the low
agents who would perform tasks contrary to their own good.
Normally conditioned American who's been trained to kill, then to have no memory of having killed. His brain has not only been washed, as they say, it has been dry cleaned.
Is a Manchurian candidate controlled by others to do things against his will possible?
It was a remarkable film because, as far as I'm concerned, it made something totally impossible.
Let's pause this bullshit he talking for a moment and do a little reading. Tribe. Make sure you hit the join button. Hit that join button. You know what I'm talking about? And we're gonna be giving out primary sources, free books, PDFs, all that good shit. We're probably gonna be doing some giveaways, some merch shit we got coming in January. It's gonna be all the way lit. We just gonna keep going up. What did I want to read?
So much to explore at Total Wine and More.
Not that, motherfucker. There we go. It may have been the biggest story since the atom bomb. Hold on one moment. Okay, we good. I guess I should look over this way a little more. It may have been the biggest story since the atom bomb. The headline, however, was small and ignored. The larger issue, drug tests by CIA held more extensive than reported in 75, said the New York Times on July 16th, 1977. What it should have said is U.S. develops invisible weapons to enslave mankind. The testing of drugs by the CIA was just part of the United States government's top secret mind control project, a project which had spanned 35 years and had involved tens of thousands of individuals. It involved techniques of hypnosis, narco-hypnosis, electronic brain stimulation, behavioral effects of ultrasonic, microwave, and low-frequency sound, aversive and other behavior modification therapies. In fact, there was virtually no aspect of human behavior control that was not explored in their search for the means to control the memory and will of both individuals and whole masses of people. This shit crazy, bro. Niggas be thinking they smart though, don't they? Niggas be thinking they smart, don't they? You see it. You see it, nigga. Let's take a little commercial break. Niggas' brains fried.
Who cut your hair? Who cut your hair? Who cut your hair? Who cut your hair? Are you laughing, biatch? You find it funny? You find it funny? You find it funny? You find it funny?
Yeah, fucking with my live stream. I'm finna go see what I could do about that. Let the video play.
Thanks, Ben. Sure, kid. Shoot Bobby Raymond. Through the forehead.
Yes, ma'am.
How valuable a tool can hypnosis be in the intelligence field?
None whatsoever. It has absolutely no use because nobody's ever been able to do that I know of, do it in an operationally feasible way. I'm not in any way saying that hypnosis doesn't take place. I'm not saying there's nothing to it.
I would say that most government agencies concerned with intelligence operations have been looking to hypnosis as a tool for a variety of purposes, one of which is to carry out and to execute certain intelligence operations on a basis where they would not have to rely completely on some of their own emotional reactions. Actually,
Would that entail murder?
It could, if you consider that an act of killing someone under circumstances of war is murder. I think one has to define what that means.
Under circumstances of peace.
Under circumstances of peace, it would be murder.
Another former CIA agent says that Fidel Castro at one time was considered as a possible target for a Manchurian candidate.
Castro was naturally our discussion point. Could you get somebody gung-ho enough that they would go in and get him? But if you have 100% control of a guy, you have 100% dependency. If something happens and you haven't programmed it in, you've got a problem.
So in the end, it was decided that a Manchurian candidate was not feasible. But the search for mind control continued. But could the mind be controlled? Perhaps not. But is human behavior predictable? In this area, the CIA did make a significant breakthrough. A personality assessment system designed by the agency's chief psychologist, John Gittinger. It comes close to being able to predict how humans will behave.
It's really a descriptive system, an attempt to try to describe personality in a relatively systematic way so that hopefully you can get some kind of an idea to predict what the behavior between different kinds of individuals.
Gittinger's system had many uses in intelligence work. One was to draw personality portraits of world leaders. Using Gittinger's system, the agency concluded the Shah of Iran is a brilliant but dangerous megalomaniac whose basic problems resulted from an overbearing father. And there were other applications. Your assessment staff played a key role in helping other governments pick their police intelligence agencies, including, we've learned, the Korean CIA, Uruguayan National Police. Can you tell us about this?
No.
Author John Marks,
the former #2 CIA man in Uruguay,
played a key role in helping other governments pick their police intelligence agencies, including, we've learned, the Korean CIA, Uruguayan National Police. Can you tell us about this?
No.
Author John Marks,
the former #2 CIA man in Uruguay, told me how in 1966, John Gittinger and an assistant traveled down to Uruguay and gave the tests in order to select members of the Uruguayan intelligence service. A psychologist who used to work for the CIA told me in 1961 he personally traveled to South Korea as part of an American CIA effort to set up the Korean CIA and to give the personality tests to candidates for the Korean CIA to choose the best man for their secret police.
But one of the basic functions of Gittinger's system was finding the vulnerabilities of an agent, a double agent, or a potential agent. In its applicability to intelligence work, isn't the PAS system looking for a person's soft spot?
Well, of course, the answer to that is yes, but I hasten to say soft spot. This is what I consider a negative word.
Of the hundreds of behavioral projects undertaken by the CIA, Gittinger's appears to have been one of the more successful and more conventional. Other experiments were not as conventional. Neurophysicist Dr. Jose Delgado was financed by the Office of Naval Research. In this experiment, the bull is sedated. Electrodes are implanted in its brain. Delgado transmits an electronic impulse to the center of the bull's brain. Delgado has remote control of the animal. Recently released CIA documents refer to the feasibility of remote control of animals, and that special investigations will be conducted toward the application of selected elements of these techniques to man. Recently released CIA documents refer to the feasibility of remote control of animals, and that special investigations will be conducted toward the application of selected elements of these techniques to man. Recently released CIA documents refer to the feasibility of remote control of animals, and that special investigations will be conducted toward the application of selected elements of these techniques to man. Other areas were examined through the 60s and 70s. Brain surgery, psychosurgery, creation of amnesia, parapsychology, manipulation of genes. Even though past and present CIA officials have indicated this kind of work ended in 1963. And one of those who took part in these programs.
Thank you, sir.
In 1977, the Senate subcommittee heard testimony from many of them, but the testimony was...
Yeah, man, this shit is boring as fuck. I do understand. Hey, bro, I done blocked these motherfuckers. I done went on here and blocked them on the goddamn YouTube and all this shit. I don't know what's going on. What I want to show you, because I know niggas probably going to sleep on this fuckery. I do understand. I'm gonna need y'all to hit that like and that comment, subscribe, get the algorithm. You know what I'm talking about? Going up. Sex, drugs, and mind control. Live with the big hawk. Hawk school, too high for the pigeons to fly. Walk on the water, live in the sky. You already know what it is. Come on, man. Chill out. Let me post a little. Yeah. All right, now where were we? Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep on that nigga there. That's 79. Hold on, we got some more shit. Yeah, we got some more shit.
The word hallucination is defined as an apparent perception as by sight or hearing for which there is no real or external cause. From this word is derived the name given to a special group of drugs, the hallucinogens.
I don't usually see something that's an actual real thing that I could describe as, sometimes, one time I saw a lot of faces. Just all these faces appeared in front of me. And they were children's faces and oriental faces and old faces and just all kinds of different faces in front of me. And one time I looked in the mirror and I saw just my face just went through all these changes of different emotions and ages, and I could feel all of the things that I saw.
Among these drugs, the hallucinogens, are included mescaline, a chemical taken from the peyote cactus, psilocybin, extracted from a variety of Mexican mushroom, DMT, synthesized from the compound tryptamine, and of course, LSD-25, a derivative of lysergic acid, and currently the best known of the hallucinogens.
Now y'all see they got all these motherfuckers out here on these drugs and popping pills and all this shit that comes straight from the pharmacy, so you already know what it is. It's not an accident. Niggas not dope fiends. Niggas are under mind control. Try.
From the very beginnings of unrecorded time, men have reached for substances in the world around them that would alter, extend, and materially change their perception of reality. The reasons? Loneliness and fear, boredom and a desire for the new and the unknown, exploration and experimentation. The reasons? As varied and as many as the grains of sand on a beach.
In 1965, because I was curious about it. I had several friends who had taken it, and they told me that they had, very good experiences with it, and I was just curious.
Well, I was curious what I read and what I've heard, and if it could help, I was just looking for something.
Sort of because I had heard it makes you not only closer with yourself, but with everybody, this sort of love, peace type thing. And I really wanted to find out if this was true.
It was a kick. It was a thrill. When I first started taking it, it was to explore myself. Well, I found I could only go so far before I just ran dead up against myself, and I couldn't go any farther. And then after that, I just started taking it for kicks, just to do something.
Some have used these drugs to journey into the uncharted tunnels of the mind in search of medical and scientific truth. Others look behind the curtain just for kicks. Whatever the reason, the fact of the matter is the use of these drugs is on the rise, and it would seem valuable and interesting to inquire into cause and effect.
It was just real frightening. I went into this survival land, and I was afraid everyone was going to go there, and things were never going to be.
Two sides in his against them. The patient is concerned was, and they give them their complete support, and have a group. We bring them in on one Monday, and they spend 1 week of getting acquainted, having all the tests and examinations done to keep them busy for the whole week, day and night practically. The second Monday, we give them a small dose of LSD in the 5-man ward together. This is to help the group pull together, and in their group experience during.
Now you wonder why these niggas is going to these goddamn parties with these billionaires and shit. You know what I'm talking about, doing all this weird ass shit. In the VIP. Pay attention.
This is typically the second Monday. We give them a small dose of LSD in the 5-man ward together. This is to help the group pull together, and in their group experience during this 26 days to also get some good from this. Then the third Monday, we give them a larger dose individually and have each one of them cared for by one of these teams who have associated with them, and they give them their complete support. And this is where we aim for the so-called psychedelic experience. It seems to work pretty well. Of course, it takes time to work through. Also, in this program, we bring these men back every 4 months for 3 days, and this follow-up is quite important.
Some of the things that are outstanding is I know I kept fighting the religious music. I didn't know why then, but Dr. Coran kept urging me to find out why I was fighting this. And I remember I was just literally scared to death.
The thing that affected me as far as the first patient is concerned was the openness which he talked with me. The quality also seemed to be more realistic than he has shown before.
These qualities in my head, the good qualities, of course, virtue, love, trust. Then I seen the other ones: hate, anger, distrust. I seen them all in my head, and it was like I was strangling myself, like I had to get rid of all the bad qualities, and I was strangling myself fighting against them.
And especially the looking at the two sides in his head in this process, these things were thought about rather deeply, and the thing that makes the difference here is the emotion that goes along with them.
And I just reached up, and it was like somebody grabbed me and brought me up.
Mm-hmm.
And I interpret this as, for the first time in my life, I wanted love. And I think this is the thing that was probably my...
Hey man, why do this sound like some rap nigga interview after he done came out of goddamn wherever the fuck he been at? After your favorite rapper disappeared and he come back and now he want love.
Everybody was forcing it on me, and I wasn't going to let them.
Yeah.
But it's not a question.
I think from hearing this man report his experience that there definitely is a change.
My biggest problem is that I says, for the first time in my life, up, and it was like somebody grabbed me and brought me up.
Mm-hmm.
And I interpret this as, for the first time in my life, I wanted love. And I think this is the thing that was probably my biggest problem, is that I thought everybody was forcing it on me, and I wasn't going to let them.
Yeah.
But it's not a question.
I think from hearing this man report.
Now I just want y'all to see how deep the rabbit hole goes. Oh, it gets worse. We're gonna let
His experience that there definitely is a change as of now. As far as prognosis is concerned, time.
There are currently over 50 research projects in progress under the auspices of the Food and Drug Administration and the National Institute of Mental Health, all part of our continuing search to discover more about the hallucinogens. The questions remain. The mind-bending drugs seem to offer so much, but what do they really deliver?
As to what it has to offer, that's a difficult question, because what we've seen here have been some things that I don't think most kids thought they were getting when they took. As to what it has to offer, that's a difficult question.
I want to pause that so we could take a moment to look at this. Who our source is. This is Duke D. Fisher, MD, psychiatric resident, Department of Psychiatry at UCLA Medical Center. Okay, goofies. So we're not just playing videos. These aren't just, some gray guy talking.
Because what we've seen here have been some things that I don't think most kids thought they were getting when they took the drug. We've seen some kids that have had prolonged psychosis. Some have had to go to state hospitals. Some have been treated for 2 or 3 months and have been able to leave UCLA. Some of them have had severe depressions. Some have been very confused. And some of the groovy hallucinations and the colors that they wanted, they couldn't stop. They got tired of it after 12 or 18 hours, but they couldn't stop the colors.
How do they work? And what are the long-range effects?
And you wonder why niggas get millions of dollars, disappearing for months, going wherever the fuck they take them, killing niggas, having the motherfucking meltdowns online, on all kinds of drugs, giving millions of dollars. It makes no sense. Yeah, it don't make no sense to you, monkey-minded motherfuckers.
Effects of this drug on human personality?
Well, we don't know a great deal about long-range effects. People always are asking about chronic brain damage.
Wait a minute. We don't want no confusion. Who is this? This is J. Thomas, Unger Leader, MD, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychiatry, UCLA Medical Center. So these niggas, this was niggas professors that's out here right now who graduated from UCLA with all they accreditations.
What we do know, first of all, is that the electroencephalogram or brainwave test, on this we see in electrodes that are on the scalp and also depth electrodes planted inside the brain, we see changes from LSD in man and animals after a normal dose, and these changes last from 1 to 2 weeks after administration. In addition, we also see the reoccurrences. You take LSD once, the effect wears off in 12 to 16 hours, then up to a year later, either with stress or without stress, without ever taking the drug again, you have the same reoccurrences. The people call them flashes or flashbacks. Reoccurrences of all the LSD symptoms in their original intensity. Certainly this implies that something chronic is going on in the brain.
Do these drugs really make possible a richer, more productive, happier life?
Do they make a richer, healthier, happier, more productive life? We're gonna pause that. I'm still experimenting. From what it seems, these motherfuckers hate for me to just constantly be playing some shit. So let's go to some reading. Cult psychology has been studied by various cult experts, and while many have their own descriptions and models of how these groups function, there are many similarities. Robert Lifton, who originally coined the term thought reform after studying American prisoners of war in China, describes his 8 principles that are present in a thought reform program, such as destructive cults. He says each has a totalistic quality and they depend on absolute assumptions, and the combination of these poses the gravest of human threats. Malu control of the environment so that the individual's communication with those outside the group is restricted, and eventually the individual's communication with himself becomes limited. Hold on. I ain't trying to have my motherfucking big ass head on the screen this long, but analytics say that when you show your face, shit goes up. You dig? So because we are trying to run up a sack. Don't ever get that misconstrued. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you hit the like, comment, subscribe, hit that Cash App. Hawk Talk Live, you know what it is. Support the channel, because we are not sponsored by the government. We are not sponsored by secret agencies veiled behind this, that, and the other. Secret brotherhoods who have an allegiance to Lucifer. And some of y'all so low in degrees, you don't even fucking know it. Oh, 3-degree having ass nigga. Mystical manipulation. Behaviors and emotions are evoked, but it seems as if they are spontaneous. To the cult member, it may seem mystical, and the leaders have skill or powers to which that member often subordinates themselves. Demand for purity. This group is good and everything else is bad. Any contact or resemblance to that outside the group becomes a reason for guilt and shame. And of course, only the leadership can forgive. Manipulating the guilt and shame gives the leadership tremendous power over the group, and guilt can be relieved by denouncing the outside world. Cult of confession. People tell the group about their private memories. Okay, look, so this is what we're going to do. We got Malu control of the environment, mystical manipulation, behavior and emotions, control all that spiritual, blah, blah, blah shit. So you know all these different things. Demand for purity. We're purer than everybody else. That's some old fucking Mormon ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Cult of confession. People tell the group about their private memories, supposedly to purge their impurities. Then you have sacred science. The dogma or doctrine is sacred, and so it cannot be questioned. This is your Sanchita ass niggas, your fucking unicorn rainbow riders. Loading the language. Thought terminating cliches, go beyond the normal jargon of other groups. Catchy phrases are used to condense complex ideas so that the members' language becomes constricted. Frequently, words are redefined to further the cause. All this limits the thinking and feelings of the members. Like the other factors, this may initially provide security and safety, but later creates uneasiness. Loading the language. Doctrine over person. The doctrine trumps human experience every time. This means that personal histories are rewritten to fit the doctrine. Character and identity have to change to fit the doctrine, and actual experience is interpreted to fit the doctrine. So this is your fucking slave brain ass, monkey-minded motherfuckers who think they came from Africa. Doctrine over person. Oh, well, what's that your source? And what type of mind control is that? The doctrine trumps human experience every time. So that means, oh, your grandmama don't know what the fuck she talking about when she said you was a fucking Indian and her grandmama was an Indian. That don't mean you an Indian because your great grandmama's great grandmama was an Indian. Let's read it one more time. Doctrine over the person. The doctrine trumps human experience every time. This means that personal histories are rewritten to fit the doctrine. Character and identity have to change to fit the doctrine, and actual experiences interpreted to fit the doctrine. Should the world be in conflict or move outside the doctrine is changed with rationalization. Why? So that once again it is correct. It maintains its status as the way. Any personal doubt or conflict about the doctrine is considered a personal problem. We'll pause there.
Involved in productive activity, they claim that they feel better, and yet this feeling better is alongside of a business where they've withdrawn from life. They're disregarding their personal appearance. They don't really care about how they function in the rest of the world, and they're involved in a kind of a pseudo-philosophic concern with life and themselves, with a real life and themselves, involved in a kind of a pseudo-philosophic in the rest of the world. They're involved in a kind of a in the rest of the world. They're involved in a kind of a pseudo-philosophic concern with life and themselves, with a real absence of contact with other human beings in the rest of the world. They're involved in a kind of a pseudo-philosophic concern with life and themselves, with a real absence of contact with other human beings. So it's this interesting business of a kind of withdrawal and the statement that this kind of life makes them feel much better and more insightful.
Should the federal government exercise any control over these drugs? And if so, why?
It's a simple matter from our point of view that you can't let something get out into general distribution until it has shown some therapeutic potential. And it is shown it under certain conditions, and you can predict fairly.
Hold on, let's bring it back. Let's get his credentials. Let's get these motherfuckers' credentials. Dr. Gene Paul Smith, Director of Drug Studies and Statistics, Bureau of Drug Abuse Control for the FDA. Official like a referee whistle, fuck niggas. Pay attention.
Exercise any control over these drugs? And if so, why?
It's a simple matter from our point of view that you can't let something get out into general distribution until it has shown some therapeutic potential. And it is shown it under certain conditions, and you can predict fairly well what's going to happen when you give this drug to a large number of people. This hasn't been shown yet, so we have to be very careful in trying to carry out the necessary research that's going to establish whether or not it has a significant therapeutic potential for people. This drug to a large number of people. And you can predict fairly well what's going to happen when you give this drug to a large number of people. This hasn't been shown yet. So we have to be very careful in trying to carry out the necessary research that's going to establish whether or not it has a significant therapeutic potential for people. If it does...
Questions that must be answered. And because we do not know enough, the United States government controls the manufacture and use of this drug in the interest of all the people. States government controls the manufacture and use of this. States government controls the manufacture and use of this. That must be answered. The United States government controls the manufacture and use of this drug. The manufacture and use of this drug. The manufacture and use of this drug in the interest of all the people. Like all the new drugs, the government feels that a reasonable degree of controlled scientific investigation must provide the answers. LSD, mescaline, psilocybin, DMT, and the other hallucinogens, the mind-bending drugs.
Think about how I'm going to get a little more money to not eat, go down to the beach and go.
Time.
Get up.
Plans of this world and time.
Make love and play the guitar and eat, go down to the beach and go swimming and occasionally write some things when I feel like writing and think about how I'm going to get a little more money to not starve to death and
It gets you out of that whole intellectual academic framework that you've been taught to be in all the years.
Like someone had a rawhide band around my forehead, and it was just such a pressure that by afternoon I'd be crying. So every morning I'd wake up with this pressure, and every afternoon I'd cry.
All right, we don't want to go too weirdo with it. Oh, drugged slaves. You have no idea, my friend. What the fuck is this? This porno ass shit. What the fuck going on?
Do they make possible creative achievement and a more valid and intense perception? Or do they merely substitute an unreal fantasy world for the sometimes harsh facts of reality?
Oh, yes, I think that I experience things much more intensely now than, I mean, I've hallucinated without having any drugs since I've taken it.
See, I want y'all to see this because this is just like, this just the hors d'oeuvres. You ain't even got to how crazy it get. Watch. Watch. Just, I want you to see how they say they experience. These just regular motherfuckers getting high, hippie shit. But peep game.
Had very vivid light experiences. Sometimes I went into lights that are brighter than the sun.
And I see patterns in everything, in dirt, in trees. There's patterns everywhere.
And right then, I hallucinated a fish that just came and swallowed the worm. And I said to myself, oh boy, this is it. This stuff is really as good as they say it is.
Drugs are going to flip a lot of people out and probably kill a lot of people. But if they haven't the sense to find out all there is that's been written about anything they're going to use, and if they haven't the discretion to decide whether or not in the final analysis they're capable of handling it, then that's their problem. They will flip out, and that's how it is.
That's their problem. That's your problem, nigga. You gonna flip out. And that's how it is. That's just how it is. It's your fucking problem. Watch this. So now you seen that, right? Watch this though. Hold on, let's play this nigga again in case somebody just tapped in. Cause niggas don't watch the whole video anyway, so. He said you whip out. And that's how it is. Look at this nigga.
I look 10 years younger. So now I'm in LA USC County Hospital. I have to wait an hour. You can see it broke through my chest, whatever it is. I think I have staph all over my body. Well, my phone is about to go dead. But like this on my finger, this is all, it was like being strangled. Look at that. I mean, I was like choking. I was like being strangled. And as I push the skin out, staph comes out. Brown stuff comes out of my cheek. Look at that. There's no blood, by the way. Like this on my finger, this is all staph.
This goofy ass nigga said, that's not blood, it's brown stuff coming out my cheek. It's not blood though. Don't worry about that. Yeah, that shit gross as fuck. No, because you gotta piece it all together. Where is it at? Mm-hmm.
To unravel the horror.
Saying it. Cause this shit really be boring low key, you know what I'm saying? I just make it lit. You know what I mean? How I make it lit? What I do? What I do different? Get some music going, man, in the background. Fuck you means. I don't get it more lit. My shit ain't more lit than the agent shit. My shit fucking the agents up. What you talking about? Yeah. Tribe. Fuck they thought it was. Too high for pigeons. Walk on the water, I live in the sky. Talking about. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I know how to work my shit now, nigga. Y'all done fucked up. Here we go. Here. We are going to archives. Yeah, you know what it is. Too high for pigeons fly, walk on the water, live in the sky. Hold on. What you mean? What you mean? Our stream ain't more lit than these fuck niggas? What you mean? We lit. It's up and it's stuck. Tribe. Put some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me. Tribe. No, I'm talking about. Told you get this shit out. You already know what it is. You know how we ride.
We have moved to helping graduate students in psychology as subjects, but time permits us to show only one. On the first experimental day, Ronnie, age 22 and weighing 75 kilograms, was given 100 gamma of LSD-25 in distilled water of oil. This is a very small quantity of LSD-25, but all investigators report that it is enough to produce a temporary psychotic
Hold on. You gotta see
this. Any healthy
You gotta
adult.
see this.
The scene was
Hold on. How much? We gotta get this bring this from the top right here. Tribe. Make sure you reshare this broadcast. You know what I'm talking about? Put some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. I mean, you already know what it is. You live. Night hawking and sky walking with the big hawks at Hawk School. Too high for pigeon to fly. I walk on the water and live in the sky. Only at Hawk School, nigga. Hit that Cash App for that, nigga.
The
Secret
object of this
footage.
presentation is to demonstrate the effect of MER-17, a new blocking agent, against the development of LSD-25 psychosis. We have used 2 healthy graduate students in psychology as subjects, but time permits us to show only one. On the first experimental day, Ronnie, aged 22 and weighing 75 kilograms, was given 100 gamma of LSD-25 in distilled water orally. This is a very small quantity of LSD-25, but all investigators report that it is enough to produce a temporary psychotic dissociation state in any healthy adult. Investigators report this is a very small quantity of LSD-25, but all investigators report that it is enough to produce a temporary psychotic dissociation state in any healthy adult. The scene which follows shows what happened to Ronnie after he drank the LSD-25 solution. And if you will follow the clock, you will be able to note time intervals accurately. How do you feel after an hour?
Like I should be getting sick. But it's different in that I'm not. I mean, I'd be sick by this time if I were going to.
Feel almost a nausea?
Almost is a good word. Yeah.
Anything else?
Dryness of throat, but it feels as though if I did take a drink or something, well, I wouldn't keep it. So and there is I have to maintain my attention. It's an effort to talk to you right now, for instance. So,
Hey, man, this nigga geek.
realities, believing.
Bill, when you were talking to Ronnie, Ron, a while ago we separated you and Dick. Do you have any idea of why we did that?
No, it's, yes, I do. You just separated us to see how we would react.
You felt, though, that we were separating you to see how you alone reacted. And you felt that we were watching you. Is that right or wrong?
No, you haven't been watching me one way or the other.
You don't think we're trying to pull anything on you?
No.
Bill, why did you assume that particular line of inquiry was Ronnie about the separation of the 2 boys? Because I felt at the time of separation that Ronnie did have some very real paranoid feelings and felt as though we separated the 2 of them so we could spy on Ronnie alone. And yet when he sat down before the camera, he didn't voice any of those paranoid ideas. No, I think it's interesting that he was able to mobilize his defenses and to deny that he did have those feelings at the time. I feel that they were really there, and I think he did show other evidences of paranoid feelings. Ronnie, you look tired, are you?
Yeah.
Have you got anything particular to report to me?
No.
Now, see, they giving these niggas this shit. Don't forget, they trying to get the truth serum. You know what I'm talking about? They trying to get the truth up out these niggas. He say, you got anything to report to me? This nigga high as shit, boy. What's this nigga name? Ronnie? He told Ronnie, you got anything to say? This nigga like, This shit crazy. I want you to see this shit because niggas be like, when you say, oh, they did this to the rapper and woo wah wah, like, oh man, this shit's a conspiracy shit. No, nigga, you just stupid. I'm sorry, bro. You just don't know nothing, my nigga. Here, I'll even be polite. You're ignorant, which means, you just don't know. But now you do. Welcome to Hawk School.
Report to me. Tired, are you? Other evidence. Have you got anything particular? Other evidence. Tired, are you?
Yeah.
Have you got anything particular to report to me? Do you feel slowed up?
Decidedly.
How is your mood? Are you unhappy?
No.
You feel gay?
No. No emotion.
No emotion at all. Does it seem like you've been here a great long time?
I've lost all time perception. It's probably sometime in the afternoon is all I can tell you. So,
Have you had any visual phenomena or any auditory phenomena?
I was in on the couch. I was nothing that can describe, but there were a lot of colors and things taking shapes. And
Were they geometric patterns, or were they just sort of like a batik? Were they just sort of run together, or what?
um, I'm sorry. What were you?
You forgot what I asked you.
The auditory visual things. Yeah, they're geometric in shape, I'd say.
Anything you'd like to do right now?
No.
If you had Aladdin's lamp and could do anything in the world you want to do right now, what would you like to do?
Get rid of this nervousness. I'm apprehensive.
Do you feel as though you're in contact with this situation and with us and with people around you?
I don't know.
Ronnie, have you been sleeping for the last few minutes?
Not exactly.
You've been lying down on bed.
No.
Are you thinking about anything in particular?
Hey, I told you my nigga was geeked. That nigga was like, man, y'all got to give me a square. Hey, hold on, how that nigga come? Where we at? 6. That's 6:30. 6:30. How that nigga walked in though? Hold on, how that nigga walked in?
Choose two healthy graduate students in psychology as subjects, but time permits us to.
2 healthy graduate students. These niggas psychology graduate students that they experimenting on. You know what I'm talking about? Like these ain't no knuckleheads. That's why they going through it. They graduate students. They probably in the brotherhood. Look at that nigga right there. They been doing this shit. What that shit said at the beginning? Let's play that one more time in case niggas don't know what they watching. Hold on, let me get everything out the way. Cause this shit crazy. Let me get everything. I get back. We 6:32, right? 6:30. Let me get off the screen. And let's play this one more time. Okay, now we're
In particular?
I just want y'all to remember that because motherfuckers out here got niggas all on all types of drugs and shit. And these niggas graduate students. You know what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers know how this shit will affect you. Now imagine some monkey-minded motherfucker who think he from Africa.
What did I ask you, Ryan?
He high as shit.
Were you thinking about anything in particular? did I ask you, Ron?
You asked me if I were thinking about anything.
That boy high as fuck.
Are you worried?
No, I don't think so.
You've been lying down. You haven't been talking. If I asked you how you felt, could you describe the way you feel? What did I ask you, Ronnie?
That boy high as a motherfucker just by
Ronnie?
Yes.
What did I ask you?
Oh. How I felt or something, I guess.
Could you answer it?
I feel all right.
Ron? It's been 6 hours since you took that drink. Are you still feeling badly?
Yeah.
Do you know where you are?
Yeah.
Where are you?
Christ Hospital.
Has your mind been on anything in particular? Have you been thinking about anything in particular? Do you feel depressed?
No.
Do you feel elated?
No.
Have you been seeing anything by way of colors? Or have you been hearing anything unusual?
No.
If I were to ask you how you felt, could you tell me?
I guess I am sad. Or depressed. That's about all.
What sort of mental activity are you going through?
Confusion.
For long, you said that you thought the sun was in the wrong position when you looked out the window.
Yeah, I lost.
For long, you said that you thought the sun was in the wrong position when you looked out the window.
Confusion.
For long, you said that you thought the sun was in the wrong position when you looked out the window.
Yeah, I lost time perception.
Do you think that you're clearing at all, or are you still quite muddled?
I don't think in the last 15 minutes anything there's been any improvement now.
Mm-hmm. Are you anxious? Are you fearful? Are you worried?
I'm awfully nervous.
Mm-hmm. What would you classify your mood as?
My mood, apprehensive.
You know about...
Let's fast forward. You could watch this whole shit on your own time. Let's get this nigga super high. Let's see. Let's move forward.
I wasn't aware at the time of any pleasantness or unpleasantness. Sort of like I've been confused
About what?
No.
Mm-hmm.
My mood, apprehensive.
You know about what?
Things or true situations, trying to be aware of it, trying to stay in contact with reality.
Have you felt a waxing and waning?
This nigga low key losing his fucking mind. But he's a fucking graduate student with a psychology degree. Like, this shit ain't real. This shit ain't real. This shit ain't real. Hold on. We're gonna pause right there. Because I want you to see, okay, that's a graduate student, right? And this is how he was affected. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I just wanna, when we do it, we're gonna do it to where it's just like, the shit's undeniable. Like, hold on. Let's see what we got here. because this a graduate student with a psychology degree. This ain't no dumbass dude. You know what I'm saying?
A couple of hours, I guess.
Are you up? Ron, how long does it seem to have been since you took the LSD?
I don't know. A couple of hours, I guess.
Are you upset?
No.
Are you muddled?
Yeah.
Can you tell me anything about your thinking now? Ron? Can you tell me anything about your thinking now?
I can't understand.
How do you feel?
All right.
Does anything make much sense to you now?
No.
What seems to be the...
Hey, and you know what's sad is this motherfucker, he probably been done fucked up and told him, no, I wasn't feeling anything. And they're like, here, go ahead, Brian. We're gonna give you another dose. You probably need just a little bit more. Now this nigga gone. Hold on, because they might not been paying attention. Who is this dude? Okay, so I don't know what 100 gamma is. Hold on. Damn, I had it muted. Fuck. I don't know what 100 gamma. It said he was giving 100 gamma. So for all you super scientific ass niggas.
is to demonstrate time permits psychosis. 17.
Hold on.
7
No.
time permits us to choose 2 healthy graduate students in psychology as subjects, but time permits us to show only one. On the first experimental day, Ronnie, aged 22 and weighing 75 kilograms, was given 100 gamma of LSD-25 in distilled water orally. This is a very small quantity of LSD-25, but all investigators report that it is enough to produce a temporary psychotic dissociation state in any healthy adult. Can you think?
No.
Can you tell me what's going on inside of your head? Ronnie, are you frightened? Are you fearful?
No.
Now, Ron, we're going to give you an injection to see whether it makes you feel any better. I don't suppose you taste anything, do you? You feel anything? All right. Now, about 3 minutes since you took the injection. What can you say about things now?
I don't know.
Do things seem any clearer to you?
They do. I don't know why.
Look how deep this is, my nigga. They done gave this nigga the antidote. They got the antidote on deck. They can give you psychosis and then antidote. Just like that. Shit heavy out here. Shit heavy, bro.
Ronnie, are you frightened? Are you fearful?
No.
Now, Ron, we're going to give you an injection to see whether it makes you feel any better. I don't suppose you taste anything, do you? Do you feel anything? All right. Now, about 3 minutes since you took the injection. What can you say about things now?
I don't know.
Do things seem any clearer to you?
They do. I don't know why.
Can you elaborate on that in any way?
I'm just not as confused.
Now, Ron, it's been about 12 minutes since we gave you your injection. You just said that you feel like you have reality in your grasp and it's waxing and waning.
That's right.
Can you tell me anything more about it?
Maybe I said it's just a reorganization or a getting things in place again.
Is it a pleasant comeback, as it were, or is it disturbing to get things reorganized properly?
No, it's the more I can, the more the better I feel.
Hey, we're giving you a second injection about 17 minutes after the first one. How are you feeling now, Ron?
Who cut your hair? Who cut your hair? Who cut your hair? Who cut your hair?
Business taken care of. Yeah. Slap on the back, that's all fine and dandy. Yeah. But it is done. Yeah. Big. Are you laughing, biatch? You find it funny? You find it funny?
Minutes after the first one. Come back, as it were.
No, it's the more I can, the more the better I feel.
Hey, we're giving you a second injection about 17 minutes after the first one. How are you feeling now, Ron?
Like I'm waking up from a fever or something.
Like he's waking up from a fever. Message.
Is it a pleasant feeling to be waking up from a fever like this?
Well, it's pleasant to be back, I guess.
Bill, is there any change in his blood pressure?
No, his blood pressure and pulse remain essentially the same.
Barney, it's been 30 minutes since we gave you the first injection. And 15 minutes since we gave you the second one. Now, let's try to say how you feel now. I know it's hard.
Well, I haven't yet a foundation from which I can speak.
Hold on, because you don't see how lost this nigga is. Who is this nigga?
First experimental day, Ronnie, age 22 and weighing 75 kilograms, was given 100 gamma. Used 2 healthy graduate students in psychology as psychosis. We have used 2 healthy graduate students in psychology as subjects, but time permits us to show only one. On the first experimental day, Ronnie, age 22, and
I'm just not as complete.
now, Ron, it's been about 12 minutes since we gave you your injection. You just said that you feel like you have reality in your grasp and it's waxing and waning.
Okay.
Can you tell me anything more about it?
Maybe I said it's just a reorganization or a getting things in place again.
Now he said, maybe I said it yesterday. This nigga totally lost.
Is it a pleasant feeling to be waking up from a fever like this?
Well, it's pleasant to be back, I guess.
Bill, is there any change in his blood pressure?
No, his blood pressure and pulse remain essentially the same.
Ronnie, it's been 30 minutes since we gave you the first injection and 15 minutes since we gave you the second one. Now, let's try to say how you feel now. I know it's hard.
Well, I haven't yet a foundation from which I can speak.
Do you think you feel differently than you did 30 minutes ago when you walked into this room?
Yes, I guess I do, very much so.
Now, Ronnie, it's been an hour since we gave you your first intravenous injection. I believe things have sort of come back into their proper perspective for you, haven't they?
I think so, yeah.
When you were under the LSD, you wanted to be in that room alone. You were fearful that there might be some sort of an invasion of your privacy, your integrity. Isn't that right? And now that's all cleared up, and you've got things straightened away. Is that right?
I'm no longer anxiety-ridden about it.
Mm-hmm. Are you your normal self now, do you think, Ron?
As nearly as I can tell, I am, yes.
You will probably be interested in my subjective reaction to this last experiment. The first and third experiments were similar, of course. Complete and insoluble.
Hold on, y'all gotta see this. We ain't gonna leave it like that.
Were similar, of course. You will will probably be interested in my subjective reaction to this last experiment. The first and third experiments were similar, of course. Complete and insoluble confusion and anxiety reigned, and the knowledge that its cause was a drug was my sole and small reassurance. One hallucination was that of lying flat on a slowly revolving cloud-like object. There were other similar objects all around, touching gently and revolving in gear. I just rolled slowly down into the depths of this arrangement. Another one I recall is that of a flower bed type of pattern, or perhaps a purple.
All right, we don't want to hear about all your little weirdo motherfucking trips. Let me put the camera on. You know. Hold on. This is the nail in the coffin right here. Where is it? That's creepy as shit. Peace to the tribes. Make sure you hit the like, comment, subscribe. Let's get to it.
Old Montreal businessman who, my father was a 49-year-old Montreal businessman who was successful and dynamic and whose life was destroyed by a series of treatments. He was someone who became anxious for a relatively short period of time, who went
program designed to develop brainwashing techniques. Treated here at the Allen Memorial Institute under a secret program designed to develop brainwashing techniques. The Allen has an international reputation as a renowned psychiatric institution. But in the late 50s, the patients knew nothing of a cascade of mind control experiments underway, including sensory deprivation and worse.
he went in.
These people don't even know that they're experiments. You know what I'm saying? They don't even know. I don't even want to get to this. This ain't what I wanted to see, though. We'll let it play. Fuck it. Drop.
Sleep for approximately 2 months, was put to sleep for approximately 2 months, one winter evening.
2 months. Put this nigga to sleep for 2 months. Yeah, all right.
And was put to sleep for approximately 2 months. He was given shock treatments of various kinds, gradually building intensity to an intensity and a frequency that was not certainly the routine or standard of the time.
Electroshock is a standard but controversial treatment for extreme depression. However, at the Allen, the shocks were administered not 2 or 3 times a week, but 3 or 4 times a day for weeks on end. Patients were reduced to vegetables. It was called depatterning. And on top of that, the patients were given dangerous experimental drugs.
He was given a whole slew of drugs, including amphetamines, likely PCP, insulin comas, barbiturates of all kinds, LSD. He was then forced to listen to recorded messages.
It was called psychic driving. Once the patients were drugged and shocked to break down their minds, they were bombarded with taped messages for up to 16 hours a day and shocked to break down. Once the patients were drugged and shocked to break down. Once the patients were drugged and shocked to break down their minds, they were bombarded with taped messages for up to 16 hours a day. This is how one patient remembers it.
At the end of the time, my father was someone who was unrecognizable to me or to anyone else in the family or his friends. He was someone who could not function in this world, whose perspective didn't extend beyond the next 5 minutes, who had no recollection of the past, and almost no recognition of the present.
The CIA was behind it. Documents pried loose in 1979 showed that through a front organization, the Central Intelligence Agency funded what was called the MK Ultra Project. In Montreal, it was run by Dr. Ewan Cameron.
These
This shit smoking right here. It's L Orange, L L'Orange. This shit smoking. %32.23%. 32.23%. That's big dog. Big dog. Smoking too. And with them on the screen. Trap. I don't think y'all paying attention. And rewind this shit and just wait. It gets better.
Dr. Ewan Cameron.
These are the days and hours are the occasion.
Cameron had a worldwide reputation as chairman of McGill's Department of Psychiatry and president of both the American and World Psychiatric Associations.
And it is his mind, no less, which may destroy mankind.
Attracted by Cameron's reputation, Dr. Mary Morrow went to study psychiatry under him. Instead, Cameron persuaded her to become a patient at the Allen. He drugged her, shocked her massively, erased 10 years of her memory, and even today, she has difficulty remembering some names and faces.
He decided to ignore all principles, all medical ethics and medical principles. He used one of his own colleagues, me. How low can he get?
Well, I suppose it could be said to
Hold on, this nigga. They so cutthroat. These niggas experimenting on the motherfuckers at their job. And this from 85.
Me. How he used one of his own colleagues, me. How low can he get?
Well, I suppose it could be said to have originated.
It wasn't as though Cameron didn't know what he was doing.
The Allen Memorial Institute itself were founded. They were
Dr.
both
Cameron
founded
was
in
present at the Nuremberg
1943.
trials. So I find that for someone who in 1945, 1946 was involved in evaluating and considering what the Nazis had done.
1945. 1945. Put some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Make sure you hit that like, comment, and if you're new to the scoop, please hit the subscribe. Tribe.
Helpless people in concentration camps was 5 or 6 years later invading people's brains. 5 or 6 years later invading people's brains. 5 or 6 years later invading people's brains.
That was more than enough for a huge lawsuit launched 5 years ago by Louis Weinstein and 8 other of Cameron's Canadian patients at the Allen. They sued the CIA for ruining their lives and were willing to settle for as little as $250,000 each. But the case has gone nowhere. In fact, the CIA has tried to dismiss them with $25,000 each as a mere nuisance settlement.
We got a lot of stuff out of the
This, I want y'all to see that these niggas out here planning and tripping. This shit real. Hold on. We got enough of that. Y'all get it. Okay, yeah, nigga, we get it. Hawk School. They experiment on motherfuckers. White motherfuckers getting high and goddamn. The professors getting high. They getting the other professors high. Yeah, we get it. Hold on. Hey, how about we just take a comedy break? You know what I'm saying? Lighten class up. You know what I'm saying? Lighten class up a little bit. Let's do it.
You guys won't shit. Motherfucker, all you gotta do. You still ain't heard what my business about though, have you? Say I come to inflict the world's utilitarian policy for nationwide unity on governmental corporations in all households. Get it back in order. Cause it's definitely anarchy. And house nigga, bitch made ass, name come fucking poop. Monkey-minded, Afrocentric motherfuckers, you wanna call me and tell me your opinion, but if you call him and you see I'm doing something wrong, you love Jesus, don't you love me enough to give me the correct route? Poop. Monkey-minded, Afrocentric motherfuckers, you want some fucking poop. Bitch made ass, name come fucking poop. Monkey-minded, Afrocentric motherfuckers, you wanna call me and tell me your opinion, but if you call him and you see I'm doing something wrong, you love Jesus, don't you love me enough to give me the correct route? That's all I'm serving yours, shoving you straight between your fucking eyes.
Tribe. Now, I got one little last clip I'm gonna show you, then we gonna play the goddamn commercials. Now, where is this? I think this is it here. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. And when the broadcast ends, don't forget to share it and leave a comment. Don't start tripping now, Alphabet Boys. I said it's almost over. Y'all know all this shit is already out. But y'all gotta see the real shit. Hold on. Hold on. Here. Let's piece it together a little bit more.
For mental health issues.
Hold on.
News correspondent David Begnaud is at the Fort Lauderdale airport. David, why was his gun returned right after he was admitted for mental health issues? And how likely is this the same weapon used in the Fort Lauderdale shooting?
Well, Elaine, they had no reason to keep it. I mean, the federal authorities said yesterday at the press conference, we can't just keep a gun from a man who has been released from the mental facility. So they did the checks that they thought were right at the time. He had every legal right to have the weapon. And so the FBI was saying we had no choice but to give it back to him. As whether it was the weapon used here at the Fort Lauderdale airport, the FBI said, quote, there is suspicion that that is the case. We don't know if they mean they suspect it or other people suspect it, but they acknowledge there is suspicion, but there is no confirmation that it was in fact the weapon used here.
Well, David, as you know, police have detailed a criminal history of violence with
Tribe.
Well, he had a tumultuous year in 2016. Let's put it that
Hold
way.
on.
Starting in January, he was arrested for criminal mischief.
Okay.
Then in March, he was accused of trying to strangle someone, but there was no probable cause to make someone. But then in March, he was accused of trying to strangle someone, but there was no probable cause to make an arrest. And then in November, Elaine, he went into that federal facility in Anchorage, which, by the way, is very routine. A lot of people will go to an FBI office with a tip or information. He walked in saying people were trying to control his mind. The FBI said he was having terroristic thoughts. But what we found interesting is that he shows up and leaves his newborn baby in the vehicle. He also left his weapon in the vehicle, took the loaded magazine with him into the office. But at the time he went to the FBI, they said he didn't threaten to harm anyone, not the child, not anyone else. So they thought, you know what, let's just get this guy some help. And so that's why they forced him to go for a mental evaluation.
Well, David, in Puerto Rico, the accused brother is speaking out and blaming the authorities, specifically the FBI, for not helping Santiago when he came to them for help. How is the mother reacting to this?
Very emotional, Elaine. Through tears yesterday, speaking in Spanish to journalists in Puerto Rico. She didn't quite blame the U.S. government for not giving her son enough treatment, but she said that she didn't quite blame the U.S. government for not giving her son enough treatment.
Okay, so watch the whole video. We got it together. Don't play yourself. It all goes together. And what? They didn't give him enough treatment. The U.S. government didn't give him enough treatment. Oh, he got enough treatment. You just don't know what kind of treatment he was getting.
But she said that he was, as another family member said, essentially out of his mind. He was having issues that the family knew about. The mother and other family members have indicated that there were periods where they never heard from Santiago. So there would be a phone call at one point during the year of 2016 that you wouldn't hear from him for a month or two. It is worth noting that in the federal documents, Santiago allegedly confessed to planning the attack. As of tonight, he is in federal custody at the jail here in Broward County. He is charged with one count of murder. There will be more counts, but that one count allows the authorities to keep him in jail, and he is expected to appear before a federal magistrate tomorrow.
But David, any word on a motive here?
No. And look, we have asked for that. And the FBI is not giving us a motive, but it's worth pointing out. I don't want to overstate this, but the FBI has said twice at every press conference, we have not ruled out terrorism. That is not to say there will be any kind of terroristic involvement.
So now when y'all see all this old crazy wicked shit going on and motherfuckers just going nuts, shooting everything up, rewind the beginning of the video. Hold on. Matter of fact, take this out of here. Matter of fact, hold on. Make sure you hit that like. I can't see what's going on in the chat, so I appreciate you. Make sure you support the channel. I want to find. Where is it? I want y'all to understand that shit ain't what it seems. Shit is not what it seems. These niggas out here, you wonder why this nigga out here talking out his fucking ass. This nigga fucking bozo, doped up. Some mind control shit. Hold on. Where is it? I got one more. Oh yeah, this is kind of crazy too. I don't know if we showed this. Just like all old ass broadcasts, so it should be fair use. You know what I'm saying? We're using it to educate.
9 Canadians who were the unwitting victims of CIA brainwashing experiments are suing the United States government. But so far, good evening, I'm Eric Malling. 9 Canadians who were the unwitting victims of CIA brainwashing experiments are suing the United States government. But so far, the Canadian government has done nothing to help them.
If I were in charge of a government to whom 9 citizens that we are suing for have been brainwashed without their knowing, have had their lives impaired, and have it done by a foreign agency, undercover without the government of Canada knowing it, I would find a way to help those people instead of hindering them.
4 years ago, there were some startling revelations about the activities of the CIA in Canada. The American Intelligence Agency had paid for a series of brainwashing experiments under a project codenamed MK Ultra. The tests were conducted in secret in the United States and in Canada at a mental hospital attached to McGill University. Experimental drugs, including LSD, were administered to human guinea pigs. The patients were never told that their treatment was part of a CIA experiment. 9 Canadians are now suing the U.S. government for $1 million apiece. They charge that their lives were disrupted forever as a result of the brainwashing. Despite the fact that the CIA operated secretly in Canada to fund these medical experiments on Canadian citizens, the federal government in Ottawa has joined hands with the government in Washington to hold back vital information which might at last reveal all the sordid details.
In Winnipeg, Val Orlico spends a lot of time tending her plants. It's one of the few hobbies she has left. She used to devour books and write long letters. Now she can't concentrate on a book for more than a single page, and writing a letter is beyond her. She's on medication 24 hours a day. If she wasn't married to David Orlico, an NDP member of Parliament, she might never have learned the full story of what happened to her.
I better get out the tomatoes and the green pepper.
In 1956, suffering from depression after childbirth, Mrs. Orlico was referred by her Winnipeg doctor to a top psychiatrist in Montreal. Unknowingly, she was about to become part of a cruel CIA experiment, codenamed MK Ultra. In Langley, Virginia, outside of Washington, stands the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Agency, protected by walls of secrecy as high as the trees. Stored inside computers like this one is what's left of the CIA files on the MK Ultra project. Convinced the Soviets and Chinese had perfected brainwashing during the Korean War, the agency sought to perfect its own techniques, both to protect its agents and to use as a weapon.
Who did you meet with in the safe house?
The CIA man overseeing the project was John Gittinger.
There was continued pressure put upon anybody within the agency in connection with trying to explain or understand brainwashing. So we were charged with rather an elaborate attempt to try to find out chemical, psychological, any kind of means that people could use to influence the behavior of the people.
In Montreal, on the side of the mountain overlooking the city, stands an ancestral home bearing a name worthy of an Edgar Allan Poe horror tale, Ravens Crag. Donated to McGill, Ravens Crag became the Allen Memorial Institute for the Treatment of Mental Illness. Here the CIA channeled money for MK Ultra, Subproject 68, which became a real-life horror tale.
The project chief in Montreal was Dr. Ewan Cameron, world-renowned chairman of the Department of Psychiatry at McGill and director of the Allen Memorial Institute. The CIA secretly funded the medical experiments through a front in New York City called, of all things, the Society for the Protection of Human Ecology. Documents show that the agency had been impressed with earlier work done at McGill in sensory deprivation, work that was useful in designing sophisticated torture techniques later on. But at the time, brainwashing looked even more promising, and Dr. Cameron was the perfect one to carry out the work, an American citizen with a world-class reputation operating outside of the United States. Dr. Cameron certainly had the credentials. At various times, president of the Canadian, the American, and even the World Psychiatric Association.
These are the days and hours are the occasions.
In an address to colleagues from around the world, Cameron showed that he certainly knew the potential of the human mind, for good and bad.
And it is his mind, no less, which may destroy mankind.
Val Orlico came to the Allen for her postpartum depression.
Everybody in the hospital was very much in awe of Dr. Cameron, and he strode the halls like a giant. And people would say, oh, there, but for God goes God. And to me, I thought, how could he possibly ever take me for a patient? Who am I? I mean, this great man who's done all these marvelous things. And I better work hard, and I better do everything that he tells me to do.
Watch.
And, you know, I don't want to lose this opportunity to get well.
Like Mrs. Orlico, Mrs. Janine Huard of Montreal came to Dr. Cameron depressed after childbirth. The depression was made worse by a hearing problem that coincided with the birth of her.
I would shake with fear. And every time I'd see
a doctor in North America, so he would look at you a few minutes, ask you a few questions, and then proceed with the treatments.
But I never saw him once in all the times that I saw him that I wasn't afraid. Every time I went down to his office, I would shake with fear.
It all changed up.
Wrote the Allen this recently declassified letter.
Central Intelligence, blah, blah, blah. January 29, 1980, Dr. Maurice Dalgier, Director and Psychiatrist in Chief, Allen Memorial Institute, has been our understanding that there are no remaining records of Dr. Cameron's research that might reveal the identities of patients under his care during the time period in question. However, by way of leaving no stone unturned, we now inquire whether this information might be reconstituted through patient records, financial records, or other hospital records. Sincerely yours, blah, blah, blah. He want to make sure everything's gone. Is it all gone?
Danger, then director, it said, "It has been our understanding that there are no remaining records of Dr. Cameron's research that might reveal the identities of patients under his care during the time period in question. However, by way of leaving no stone unturned, we now inquire whether this information might be reconstituted through patient records, financial records, or other hospital records. Sincerely yours, Daniel B. Silver, General Counsel, CIA." So even the CIA made some effort to find the victims, but little help from Montreal. There is no record of the Allen ever attempting a search of all its medical records, although Cameron's successor admits it would be easy enough to do.
They're scared of the United States government. Both of them are holding back all of the information about this. I think the case could be broken if the Canadian government would say to the CIA, we're not going to cover up for you any longer. We're going to allow this, we're going to give this material to Mr. Orlico for his case.
Sure, all hell would break loose down there as far as off the man. If the process was reversed, if it was some sort of a secretive Canadian operation taking place in the United States, I'm sure all hell would break loose down there as far as beating of breasts and waving of flags and whatnot.
If the material came from the States, perhaps they're bound by, if not law, good manners to not turn it over if the source of the information doesn't want it turned over.
I don't know about manners. I don't know about international manners very much.
Country. But for more than 2 months, Mr. McEachern has been unavailable to discuss. We tried to ask External Affairs Minister McEachern why the government of Canada.
Peace to the tribes. We about to end this. I really wanted to show you one more video that I guess they just scrubbed from my motherfucking history. Shit they like to do. Because this ain't even the one I was looking for. But that's just further proving it. Further proving it. Where is it? I appreciate y'all tuning in. Make sure you hit the like, comment below, share the broadcast. Sometimes I forget how much shit I be consuming. Oh yeah, that might be it. This shit crazy. Oh wow. Peace to the tribes. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe.
For this experiment, a simple exercise was devised based on the internal security problems met by our forces during the EOKA campaign in Cyprus. 17 Marine volunteers were organized into a troop of 2 sections with a headquarters element. The troop was given the task of capturing as many terrorists as possible and of locating some stores which had been hidden in defined areas. The exercise was designed to be repeated on each of 3 days, with the same general idea but with differing situations introduced to prevent the action becoming automatic. In order to provide control conditions, the troops were given the same quantity of water to drink before each day's exercise. Unknown to the troops, the drug was added to the water on the 2nd day. The drivers were undrugged. For the sake of safety, the troop were not given any ammunition during the exercise. These opening scenes are being shown to provide a composite picture of the high state of training of the men making up the troop, and also to provide a comparison with their performance on the 2nd day when under the influence of the drug. Notice the wide dispersion of the section commanded by the sergeant as it moves across the open country. They move at the double as they advance into the wood, which could be occupied by the enemy. Movements are cautious and alert, continuous observation being maintained. Notice again the general air of watchfulness. And the pause in movement made by a section commander for observation and listening. The sentry is alert and making maximum use of cover. It is emphasized that these scenes were not posed specially. In fact, some of them were taken on the third day of the trial, when familiarity with the action might be expected to have taken the edge off the initial enthusiasm of the troop. On the second day of the exercise, the troop commander was told that about half a dozen terrorists were thought to be in his troop area. This map shows the ground, under a square mile in extent, in which the exercise was to take place. The troop commander was told that the terrorists would try to clear the stores which were known to be hidden in this re-entrant. The troop commander's plan was to form a firm base at Beaches. Then, number 2 section was to move to the southern edge of the re-entrant by way of Redwood. Number 1 section was to move to the northern end as soon as it was clear that number 2 section was not being opposed. However, number 2 section came under fire, first from the brick hut, later from Redwood. This, in the event, resulted in number 1 section being sent to reinforce number 2 section. The drug was given orally to the men in the hospital ward at 11:15, and they immediately embussed, arriving at the exercise area 10 minutes later. They advance in extended line on the beaches where the troop commander planned to form his firm base. During the clearing of the wood, a terrorist is discovered in a thicket and is captured. Some stores are also found. Medical staff and observers wearing civilian clothes accompany the troop throughout the exercise. By 11:35, troop headquarters is established on the southern edge of the beaches. At 11:40, the first effects of the drug make their appearance. 2 Marines are reported to the troop commander for insubordination, no one realizing that their behavior was due to the first effects of the drug. The drug is also beginning to affect the other men. They no longer take cover, they relax and begin to giggle. At this time, one man is more severely affected than the others, losing all contact with reality, dropping his rifle, and becoming unable to take any further part in the operation. In fact...
Okay, now they got these niggas out here, soldiers, nigga. Giving them dope, doping them up. Got them out here. Bro, this shit heavy. And look how old this shit is. I'm going to get ready to wrap it up. But y'all think this shit is a conspiracy.
Exercise a few minutes later. Meanwhile, 2 section starts to advance to Redwood. The troops have lost their air of urgency, and many men are laughing. They advance over open country and suddenly come under effective fire from the brick hut on their left flank. The umpire rules that 2 men have been killed by this fire. One of them is the radio operator, who by this time, 11:50, has become incapable of operating his set effectively anyway. His relief reports the incident to troop headquarters, where the level of efficiency of the men, including that of the troop commander, is also dropping. The section commander is informed that the brick hut will be neutralized by the rocket launcher carried in troop headquarters, and that he is to continue the advance as soon as the target is engaged. The movements of the rocket launching team have become slow and uncoordinated, and it is apparent that they are now incapable of taking proper aim.
Look how these niggas hide shit out here with rocket launchers.
At 11:55, 2 Section continues its advance until it again comes under fire from the direction of Redwood. At this point, 45 minutes after administration of the drug, these men, although becoming more and more detached from the reality of their environment, are still capable of effective response to any sudden stimulus. However, their response is for limited periods only, after which they again become indecisive and lethargic in their movements. At the edge of the wood, in the area from which fire has just been brought to bear on them, they are bunching and fail to get under cover quickly. At 12 o'clock, 2 Section again reports the situation and asks for reinforcements. As a result, number 1 Section is dispatched by Land Rover from the beaches to reinforce them from the right flank, which is presumed to be clear of the enemy. Without the stimulus of an immediate objective, the men give way to laughter. Defensive positions are not adopted. However, when the enemy throws a thunderflash into the section, the men are again stimulated into awareness, but it is only the radio operator who responds sufficiently to capture the man. The section is still within sight of the beaches, which is only 700 yards away over open country. By 5 minutes past 12, however, the troops are so disorientated that they are incapable of appreciating this. The sergeant tries to use a map, and they start arguing about their position before sending the prisoner back to troop headquarters. Meanwhile, radio communication at the beaches has become difficult, if not impossible. Men with no specific task to perform have relapsed into laughter and inconsequential behavior, though they are still capable of sustained physical effort. This man nearly succeeded in felling this tree using only a spade. However, constructive action is still attempted by those retaining their sense of responsibility and having a definite job to do. In Redwood at 12:10, number 1 Section makes contact with number 2 Section. Neither section commander feels himself capable of continuing to command. The sergeant can give routine orders to his men again, although they are still slow to respond to discipline.
All I want us to do is to fall in as you would normally, stand by beds in about...
I'm trying to find this last one with the military niggas losing their mind. Hold on. Oh, they definitely are. When niggas be like, oh man, they ain't doing no mind control. Nah, man, that ain't going on. Hold on. Let's get something out the reading. Fuck it, we going hard. With the state of the world as it is today, it seems that more and more people are turning to fundamentalist ideas to try to find order or safety or security in today's chaos. It also means they are more susceptible to being recruited by cults because cults offer simple solutions to life's difficult problems and cults thrive in difficult times. And today there are cults in many different spheres besides religion. There are political, financial, psychological, UFO, yoga, health and fitness, and personal development cults. It also seems that there are more and more cult films being made today, and that doesn't mean films with a cult following. There are more and more films about mental control, destructive cults, and psychopaths. If you know what you're looking for, there are lots of mind control videos available with explanations of some of the techniques as well as fictional books demonstrating the effects. And we will have a closer look at some of these later. But first, let's consider the tools used in destructive mind control. There we go. Basic mind control tools and how they are used. Let's have a look at some of the most basic mind control tools, remembering, however, that they are tools and tools themselves are neither good nor bad, but they can be used for good or evil. Later, we will examine in more details how they are used in combination to create the particular changes that occur in destructive mind control. The particular mind control tools we will examine here are words, tools to control emotions, hypnosis, NLP, meditation, body manipulation. We're not going to go over all of those. Words. It might seem strange to mention words as one of the mind control tools, but they are probably the most basic tools used by manipulators. Not many people find themselves under the influence of mind control without having heard a few words that have influenced their decision making and beliefs. A very important point to remember here is that con artists, psychopaths, cult leaders, and other manipulators do not necessarily use fancy or convoluted language. They will typically use common, everyday words. And if you listen to them, it will usually sound like normal conversation. This is what makes them so dangerous. They don't sound like snake oil salesmen. They sound like normal people. As an aside, psychopaths do often come up with strange words or strange combinations of words, but most people will not notice these because psychopaths are often creating a display, a show for their victims. And the combination of mind control tools they are using to distract their victims so they don't notice slight irregularities in language. If you do spot odd things in someone's language, it may be an indicator that all is not right. So basically, it is a myth that mind control uses special secret words known only to a few. Emotional manipulation is a vital aspect to any mind control or thought reform program. Changing our emotions changes our thinking and our decision making. Therefore, manipulators make use of whatever they can to control and manipulate emotions in others. Obviously, words are important here. But psychological studies have shown that such things as tone of voice, gesture, and other nonverbal aspects play an important role in communication. So what happens when someone talks to us as if they were a parent in a fatherly tone of voice? Chances are it will affect our attitude, our sense of liking the person, and our emotions. And what about how adults physically touch children? The relatives who pinch their kids' cheeks, the friends of the parent who meets the family in the street and tousles the child's hair, the parent who cups the child's chin in their hand while talking lovingly into their face, or the way a father rests his hand on the back of his young son's neck. Manipulators may be very aware of these things and in an instant can transport another adult back to childhood with the associated emotions of love and security simply by replacing these gestures. Robert Cialdini studied professional manipulators, salesmen, advertisers, etc., and he described 6 weapons of influence that he believes work in every society in the world. They are reciprocity, commitment, and consistency, social proof, likability, authority, and scarcity. He realized that these manipulators were doing things to control others' emotions. For example, create a sense of obligation in others, or create a fear of loss, or make people feel a sense of subservience to authority. The important thing here is that most people are unaware of what was going on. These weapons of influence work outside of people's normal consciousness. This makes them incredibly powerful. Unethical manipulators make full use of these mind control tools to influence and control their victims. Again, we're not talking about ancient mystical techniques here. Information about controlling emotions is freely available on the internet. And you can be sure that manipulators the world's over are reading it. And another way to change somebody's emotion is to change your own first. If you're happy, it will have an influence. If you're angry, it has a different effect. Psychopaths who have very shallow emotions, if at all, for example, they never experience guilt or remorse, often have no trouble feigning emotions. For them, it is one of their mind control tools that they will use to create emotional bonds with others. Let's take a moment. They have no problem feigning their emotions. Correct? Peace to the tribes. If you're still tuned in, I appreciate it. We definitely gonna learn something. Let's go to Edom Online. Feigning emotions. They have no problem feigning emotions. How often does that happen on Edom Online that you come up with some whole other shit first? You know what I'm saying? We type in feigning. And what do we get? Counterfeiting, act or fact of feigning or making a copy of, especially with intent to deceive or defraud. Verbal noun for counterfeit. Earlier was counterfeiture. To make, to do, to set, to put, to make. An imitation, a copy. There we go. Feign. Respelling of feign. Blah, blah, blah. Disguise or conceal. Deceit, falsehood. One's real meaning. Make false pretenses. Pretend to be. I think we get it here. Psychopaths who have very shallow emotions, if at all. For example, they never experience guilt or remorse, often have no trouble feigning emotions. For them, it's one of their mind control tools that they will use to create emotional bonds with others. This is by no means a complete list, and any other methods you can think of to control emotions have the potential to be used as mind control tools. I think we're going to end it right there. Stay woke. Peace to the tribes. Too high for pigeons to fly, walk on water, live in the sky. Tribe, tribe.
Who cut your hair? Who cut your hair?
Respect, but this is business that needs to be taken care of, you know. Slap on the back is all fine and dandy. Yeah. But it needs promotion. It needs promotion. It needs, yeah. Big tip. Are you laughing, biatch? You find it funny? You find it funny?